Hello, hello, testing. Can you hear me? Grand Rising, good people, Grand Rising.
We can hear you.
All right, I want to make sure we was good to go. How you doing, family? Welcome, everybody. This is your girl, yours truly, Patrice Monsell in the building, AKA OG Patrice. And I want to welcome everybody to the Straight Up No Chaser Talk. And I'm your girl, yours truly, OG Patrice. Again, happy Friday, everybody. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. Welcome, welcome. I know it's been a minute, family. How y'all been doing? Everybody good? I have been having some technical difficulties getting started here. So please excuse my tardiness, everyone. But I want to welcome everybody. Please come on in the room. I can't see anybody's name, so I can shout them out. For some reason, my I can't see the people that's coming in. But at any rate, welcome, guys. Welcome to Straight Up No Chaser Talk with your girl, OG Patrice. I think I see Kimberly. How you doing? Welcome. Thank you for stopping in. How you doing, beautiful? Happy Friday, everybody. Knowledge and Relationships is in the building. That's my partners in crime. They behind the scenes making it do what it do. Mr. 84 and M3. Thank you guys for being my support team. I hope everybody is having a great start off to their weekend. It's been a long one for me. And I hate when things go wrong behind the scenes because I get a little bit discombobulated. So you guys have to excuse me, okay? But I want to do a little housekeeping before I start the show. First of all, I want to tell you guys to please hit that like button on your way in. Hit that notification button that says all so that you can get all of the notifications for all the topics here on Knowledge and Relationships. And also, please, if you have not subscribed, subscribe today. Subscribe, and share. You may share this video. Tell a friend to tell a friend about knowledge and relationships here on YouTube and my show, Straight Up No Chaser Talk with your girl, OG Patrice. I know it's been a minute, you guys, since I've been, I've done my show. I've been on hiatus for a little bit, just getting some things together with life. But I wanted to come on tonight, this evening, in the morning, wherever you are across the globe, and do this topic on 3 of our legendary pioneers, icons, legends, activists. They've been all in all forms of entertainment, whether it's acting, singing, sports, anything of that nature, or just being a Black leader in the culture for our people. So, again, welcome. Come on in. You guys hit that notification button, hit that like button, subscribe, share, and tell a friend to tell a friend. Okay. So, as most of you all know, this topic is near and dear to my heart because as someone that's been an activist somewhat in the community, being a part of the ADOS movement and being a part of some other non-profit organizations, I like to talk about our culture, our people, and things that's happening around the globe for our people. As we know today, we are celebrating the life of Malcolm X. Today is his spiritual birthday, so I definitely want to say happy spiritual birthday to the brother Malcolm X. He would have been 95 years old today, guys. I don't know if you know that, but geez, had he lived, he would have been 95 years old. And that's just amazing to know that, still today, how much of his legacy, how much of his contribution to the culture still sets and holds today dear in our hearts. And we still bring his name up right to this day. There's still some fight left in us for the people that is fighting for some of the very said things that Malcolm X taught and fought for the culture and for our people. So I definitely want to give a happy spiritual birthday to our brother Malcolm X. Gone but never forgotten. His legacy and his life will truly live on and be passed on from generation to generation. Also, today we got a bit of sad news, so it's like bittersweet. One of our legends in the sports field and the entertainment field, because he was an actor as well, and he also was an activist, and that is our brother Jim Brown. Jim Brown, you guys, he passed away yesterday on the 18th, actually. And I just actually found out about it today. I've been kind of on hiatus from like watching the news and things of that nature. So I have not been, I was totally oblivious to the fact that brother Jim Brown passed away today. And I had not talked about on this platform the life and the passing recently of our brother Harry Belafonte. So these are our three icons that are in our community, that were part of the culture, and that did a lot of work behind the scenes as well as up front for our people, fighting for our people, fighting for rights and things of that nature. So all three of these gentlemen have set their own precedent in the culture, have set their own legacy in the culture, right? So I want to talk a little bit about all three of these things that is near and dear to my heart. I see somebody else coming in the building. B-Eazy Dat Dude. What's up? What's up? Happy Friday. Thank you for stopping in and rocking with your girl. I appreciate it. This is yours truly, OGPatrice. Straight up, no chaser talk on knowledge and relationships. I want to tell you guys something about knowledge and relationships. I started off rocking with them close to 2 years ago, and they became a part of my family. I come on their show often, go on the panel. We talk about different topics pertaining to our community, our culture, whether it be politics, relationship, pop culture, whatever. And I took a liking to their platform and what they stood for and what they was about. So that's why I chose this platform to do my show on. I'm very picky and choosy about who I choose to rock with in these YouTube streets. because you have to be very, very careful of the spaces you allow yourself in. So I want to say to them, congratulations on reaching a monetization. Congratulations for reaching more than over 3,000 subscribers now. Congratulations to you guys for that. And thank you. And I appreciate you guys for allowing me to have my Straight Up No Chaser talk on your platform. So you guys please support Knowledge and Relationships, because not only do they have my show on here, they have other shows on here as well. They have B-Eazy Dat Dude and Big Rig Slap. They have a show on here, EazilyRigged. They have a show on Knowledge and Relationships platform as well, as some queens that also have their own show on here. And I like the fact that Knowledge and Relationships definitely believe in community and working together as a team with people that they allow to have shows and rock on the platform. So salute to them for that, as well as the hard work they do behind the scenes, helping get all the kinks, helping keep things in order. I want to shout out to my moderators, the people that's going to keep the chat in order. There will be no disrespect and no discord on this platform, you guys. You come up here and we have civilized conversations. And I will say it is okay to agree to disagree, you guys, as long as there's no disrespect. It's okay. I know we all have our opinions and our views that may differ from others, but I just ask that we be respectful when we do disagree with someone, because that's bound to happen, right? I think that if we were all alike, it would be a boring place, right? Just like if we were all the same color, we were all the same sex or whatever, I think it'll be a pretty boring place on this earth. So, hey, Marian, how you doing? Good evening, beautiful queen. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for rocking with me. Thank you for being a moderator. So shout out to my moderators. They keep, the chat in line. They keep, people on the platform. They help me keep people on the platform on the line with my tech support behind the scenes. I appreciate you guys so much for what you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Intellectual SoapBox, salute family. How you doing? Thank you. I appreciate you being here. This is all my family, guys. We are one big family over here. And we're going to drop the link a little bit later. So if anybody want to come up and talk about either one of these men or all three of these men, just give me your opinion, your view, and tell me, how has these leaders impact your life? Have they impact your life? And if they have, in what way? Malcolm X, Jim Brown, and Harry Belafonte. So we're going to start off first with the birthday boy, the spiritual birthday of Malcolm X. And I'm going to play a little bit of expert video clip for Malcolm X and a couple of his interviews or a couple of his speeches that he did. One of my favorite speeches by Malcolm X is that of when he spoke on Front Page. He gave an interview with a talk show called Front Page, and this was back in the late 50s, early 60s that he did this. And it was doing a very, very, I'll say, difficult transition when he was in the Nation of Islam, and he was speaking on parts about when he kind of part ways with the minister Elijah Muhammad. But he stayed true to being a Muslim throughout his life until his life was tragically ended. So if you guys can please pull up that expert on Malcolm X Front Page interview. Salute, Bolo, I see you. I see you in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping by. Peace and blessings to you. Thank you very, very much. I hope y'all hit that like button on your way in. If you did, just hit it. Click it. Hit the like button, you guys. Tell a friend and tell a friend. All right, let's watch a little expert of Malcolm X interview with Front Page. You guys ready? Let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Personality.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
Argument, but I've
All right. All right. You guys, that was a little excerpts from an interview that Malcolm X did with a show called Pompeii back in '60. And as you can see, the host on the show, if you pay attention, it was more like he was trying to instigate a situation, right? Instigate the fact that Malcolm X and Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. had disagreements on some points about, Black people in the movement, and, Dr. King was nonviolent and Malcolm X was by any means necessary. And it was said that Malcolm X called Martin Luther King maybe like, I think like Uncle Tom, right? So when we hear these type of, rhetoric names being called by our Caucasian counterparts, it was in more of a way of trying to pit two Black men against each other. And I actually like the way Malcolm X handled that situation, because I think he foresaw that coming and he kind of nipped it in the bud, and he did so respectfully, even though him and Dr. King did disagree on some points about violence and nonviolence and the way to get to freedom as a people and as a culture. I think he respectfully kind of, put that host in his place by saying, I'm not going to allow you to instigate two Black men that just happen to disagree with some points. That's my point of view, what I took from that. And this was also, as I said, during the time when he was transitioning out on his own from Elijah Muhammad and that part of the Nation of Islam. So there's some talking points in there as well, where he's interviewing with the guy on front page, and he's kind of egging that part. He's kind of instigating that part with Malcolm X as well, about him sort of parting ways with the Nation of Islam, but still remaining a speaker and a representative of the Nation of Islam until his untimely death in 1964. So we're going to continue on. I think it's just a little bit more part to it. Have some talking points on that, and then we're going to watch a little bit more, and we're going to have some conversations about the brother Malcolm. Can you finish playing the rest of that video theme footage, please?
To me, say they read or is it what else? The Christians say that they all.
All right. As you guys can see, that the interviewer continues to kind of egg on or instigate and try to pull Malcolm X into his side of where he's trying to say, it's mind blowing that back then and even now that a lot of our white counterparts tend to gaslight us into a narrative, right? So what he was saying is they always equate anything that any of our Black leaders ever wanted to do or stand for or fight for, they always equated that to violence. And that's, it just, to me, it's mind blowing. And we do not, our culture and people do not have a history of being violent towards our Caucasian counterparts. They actually have a history of being violent more towards us, which goes back 400 plus years up until current, right? So it just, their talking points back then and always even now, it just blows my mind how they always try to equate any of our people that protest or fight for anything or our Black leaders that have ever stood and fought for anything, they try to equate our movement to violence. And that's what that host on the front page was trying to do with Malcolm X. And even instigating the part about his party from the Nation of Islam, with Minister Elijah Muhammad, and saying, that trying to say that that's why he left, because of the issues that he had with Minister Elijah Muhammad and the separatists. And actually, Malcolm X did say, yes, that he did not believe in the separatism and the racism and all of that thing, but he actually believed that there should be a separate state for Black people. Malcolm believed in that, and when he said he thought that Elijah Muhammad believed in that and was actually acting out on that, he didn't see that. So that's why he chose to leave Elijah Muhammad and part of the Nation of Islam, but still remain a part of the Nation of Islam in his own right. Malcolm X even went to Mecca, and for the first time, his mindset and attitude changed about some Caucasian people that when he got over there to Mecca, that he didn't even know that were from the Nation of Islam, whose skin was AKA white or Caucasian. So his mindset about a lot of white people changed, because he knew that all white people were not racist. So I just want to make that as a point, and we may see a little bit of the experts of that. But I love Malcolm X speech about police brutality, and this one was the interview with front page. And we pull up that expert on his interview on police brutality. I think it's only like a couple of minutes long, so I got short video clips so we can discuss them once I have you guys watch all three of the videos, okay? So pull up the one on police brutality. It's one of my favorites. Again, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate you stopping and rocking with your girl, Patrice, on Straight Up No Chaser Talk. And we are celebrating the spiritual birthday of Malcolm X, and we are celebrating the life of the legendary Jim Brown and Harry Belafonte. Roll that beautiful footage if you guys got it ready for it.
In order for you and me to devise some kind of method or strategy to offset some of the events or a repetition of the events that have taken place here in Los Angeles recently, we have to go to the root. We have to go to the cause. Dealing with the condition itself is not enough. And it is because of our effort toward getting straight to the root that people oftentimes think we're dealing in hate. We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy. Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk. Stop sweet talking him. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down.
All right. That was one of my favorite speeches that he gave a little bit before his passing. It was on police brutality, but he covered so much. And that's one of my favorite parts, is where he covered about he taught you to hate yourself. I think that speech rings so prevalent today in our community because a lot of us still actively practice self-hate. Right to this day, we have a lot of our people that look like us that hate themselves. They hate the color of their skin, they hate their noses, their mouths. The same thing that he talked about in that speech still goes on today. And he said, while they always talking about the Nation of Islam and Minister Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X talking hate speech, who taught you to hate yourself? I think that rings so very true, that it's deeply rooted in our culture and our community. That's why things like colorism still exist with our people. That's why the mocking of our teachers still goes on within our people and our community, because there is a self-hate that is so deeply rooted in our people. And we don't even realize the effect of the conditioning and the social engineering and of the indoctrination of that came from white supremacy. White supremacy, white supremacy indoctrination in us and conditioning in us about light skin, black skin, our hair. Who taught us to hate our hair? I think things like this are deeply rooted in our culture. Who taught us to hate our thick lips? Who taught us to hate our wide noses? Who taught us to hate our dark skin? All of these things are still very prevalent in today, and we as people are doing this to each other in our own culture, in our own community, continuously, not realizing how deeply rooted it is and how much of that is of white supremacy indoctrination. So that is definitely one of my favorite speeches from Malcolm X. And just to finalize, talking about the brother Malcolm X, I don't know if you guys have been hearing lately over the last few weeks, maybe a month or so now, that Malcolm X's family is has actually filed a lawsuit against, I believe it's the FBI, the CIA, the police department of state, all for their involvement in his demise, their involvement in the COINTELPRO that happened during his death, the hypocrisy, the spies that were involved, all the crooked people from top judges and things that were involved in hiding a lot of evidence or either falsifying evidence in his case. So the family of Malcolm X are now suing, and they have Big Trump as their attorney for, I believe, $100 million. And I do have a little video expert on that, so if you guys can please pull that up. And I want to say fair use. This is for historical and educational purposes only. So can you pull up the video on the family of Malcolm X soon, filing a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. Thank you guys again for tuning in and rocking with your girl, OGPatrice. on Straight Up No Chaser Talk on knowledge and relationships. Y'all hit that like button, hit that notification button. If you have not, please subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships YouTube channel. Roll that beautiful thing footage.
Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The family of Malcolm X has announced plans to file a $100 million wrongful death lawsuit against the FBI, the CIA, New York City, and the state, the NYPD, and New York District Attorney's Office for Kinsley's assassination. The family's announcement came on Tuesday, the 58th anniversary of Malcolm's assassination, February 21st, 1965. This all comes just 3 months after New York City and New York State agreed to pay a total of $36 million to settle lawsuits who were wrongfully convicted and jailed for decades for assassinating Malcolm X. In 2021, a judge tossed out the convictions against the men, Muhammad Aziz and the late Khalil Islam, after finding serious miscarriages of justice. On Tuesday, Malcolm X's daughter, Dr. Ilyasa Shabazz, and civil rights attorney Ben Crump, standing at the site of the assassination, February 21st, 1965, in the Audubon Ballroom in Harlem, held a news conference. They spoke about Malcolm X and Dr. Betty Shabazz at the Memorial and Educational Center in their name.
58 years ago, today, in this very room, one of the greatest thought leaders ever known in the 21st century was assassinated. And since that time, there has been speculation as to who was involved in the assassination of Malcolm X. We know on November 18th, 2021, it was confirmed, stated that the agents department, the FBI, the district attorney of New York had factual evidence and exculpatory evidence
Are we there, Sam? All right. So actually, that's enough footage for that. I just want to talk a little bit about the lawsuit that the family of Malcolm X, has now filed. Like I said, against the FBI, the CIA, the New York Police Department, the District Attorney Department, for the false imprisonment of the two men that actually was charged with Malcolm X death. I believe, I can't remember, but I believe one of them passed away while still incarcerated. The other one actually got out and passed away some years later. And it makes me wonder that if their families are going to also sue for wrongful incarceration and set up, trumped up charges and things of that nature that happened to those men. But like I said, it was so many involved in the setup and in the execution of Brother Malcolm X, and also hiding of evidence, lying, falsification of documents, of paperwork. It's so much, you know, that was a cover up, you know, in the demise of our brother Malcolm X. So I say kudos to the family of Malcolm X and Dr. Betty Shabazz. I know that they lost, I believe, a daughter a few years ago, but they still have the daughter there. I can't think of her name, but she's a doctor as well. That's still living and to carry on the legacy. The Audubon Ballroom is now a like a museum or a center named after Malcolm X now, which is a great thing in Harlem, where he dressed the day where he met his demise by millions of people that infiltrated into the Nation of Islam, got close enough to Brother Malcolm. And it's unfortunate that a lot of our people that look like us still do those very things right to this day. They infiltrate into certain spaces to get information on people or to get dirt on people, and then to go and then sell it off or sell it to the enemy. It's crazy that things of this nature still goes on, and we don't even understand that is a form of indoctrination of white supremacy movements and talking points and things that we allow to happen into our culture and communities. And we bought into it because they actually was able to buy off people that look like us. So we had people that look like us sold us out to to the white supremacy that set up people like Brother Malcolm, Martin Luther King, that set up so many of our leaders, the Black Panther Party, the MOVE organization. And I really want to do a show on the MOVE organization. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but they were out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in the 80s, and you should have saw what the government did to them. But the MOVE, they had an organization, I think it's MOVE.org, but it was a powerful Black movement organization, similar to the Black Panther Party. They were going there on schools, they wanted to do their own education and teaching to their children and things of that nature. They wanted to be left alone. They wanted to be able to exercise their rights in the First and Second Amendment, the right to carry, the right to freedom of speech, and things of that nature. And it's unfortunate. I never forget. I think I was in high school, right out of high school, in the age. I'm telling my age, by the way, of when that happened. And I just remember watching it on TV and just totally disheartened by some of the things that happened to some of our leaders. And I say that because honoring these three kings on this platform tonight, it made me think about a lot of our leaders in our culture, in our communities that we have lost, and how they end up leaving this earth, either by, born old, desolate, destitute, broken, or either they are either untimely demise by the hands of either our government or either someone else that unfortunately look like us or don't look like us. It has never been too much of a good ending of our leaders and activists. And also to say, even back then, that if you look at the difference in some of our entertainers and sports figures that were activists back then, they were able to still hold their professional jobs and still be an activist for the movement or for the culture or for the people. Now, so much is different because the sports figures, the big people, the executives in the entertainment industry and sports industry, they don't want our Black athletes and entertainers to be activists now. So you can lose your bag, you can lose your career now if you did that. But back then, we had our Jim Browns, we had our Harry Belafonte, we had our James Brown. We had our Aretha Franklin. We had our Shaka Khans. I don't know if you guys knew. Shaka Khan was a Black Panther. She joined the Black Panther movement in Chicago at the age of 16 years old. It's literally, it's a lot of history, guys, with people that were in the movement, that were in entertainment and sports, and they gave up their time, they gave up their voices, they gave up their money. And now you don't see that as much, because when they do try to come forward, you have the executives over them that stop their bag, stop their careers. They get in trouble. They literally, some of them literally have in their contract, because they are being considered as a liability and not an asset, because we've lost so many of our leaders. And I want to give you guys something to think about. We're losing a lot of our leaders. They're no longer here. They're leaving the earth. They've been passed the baton on, but they pass the baton on to the next generation. These type of leaders that are leaving us, guys, I don't believe we will ever in a lifetime see these type of leaders again. Unfortunately, because I just believe there's nobody that wants to step up to that plate in those shoes so much. I believe a lot of them are afraid because of things that have happened to said leaders, or they either get in a certain position and then they sell out. They take the bag and they sell out their own people. We got a lot of leaders that have done that, unfortunately, and it has left us kind of destitute and very, very untrustworthy. But the last of the Mohegans, you guys, that are left is Minister Louis Farrakhan, and his health is failing him. He's old as well, and that leader is going to be leaving us, off this earth as well. You got to think about, whether you're Muslim or not. I've watched so many of Minister Farrakhan's speeches, and I like a lot of things that he stood for and that he talked about when it came to our people and our culture. So I just appreciate it. And I'm not a Muslim. I didn't grow up a Muslim, but that doesn't matter. I still pay attention to speeches and things that our leaders said, and if they're guiding us into wanting us to be a better people and have a better community and have a better culture, then I always have paid attention to it. And this came up on my heart today because of Malcolm X's birthday, and then now the demise, the death, untimely death of Jim Brown and Harry Belafonte is making me realize that we are really losing the last of the Mohegans, of the people that marched, fought, protest, had dogs sit on them, water hoses, on them, and went to jail. So these some were actually, murdered, if you will, for these causes. And to think that we today, still kind of take that lightly and don't talk as much about the history and the things that these people done. Harry Belafonte was more low-key in some of the things that he done than people know. Harry Belafonte actually ended up rebelling against Hollywood because he didn't want to follow the occult. He didn't want to follow the elite, the upper echelon. It's now known as, a lot of people call it the Illuminati. But he started to see that, and he rebelled against that. And he kind of stayed his own man so that he could be able to fight the powers that be, what he saw within the need for our people. So again, these are people that, listen, they were one of a kind, and I don't believe that it will ever be leaders like them anymore. Even Jim Brown, even though he was a sports figure, very famous for being in the NFL, but so many barriers and records that just was legendary. Then later, he retired at the age of 30 to become an activist and an actor. So I remember watching him on the big screen. One of my favorite black exploitation actors back in the 70s. Him, Fred Williamson, and Jim Kelly. I remember watching them in Three the Hard Way. I remember watching Jim Brown in the movie Slaughter Big Ripoff. So that might be too young for some of y'all little youngsters. y'all might not remember, but I grew up in that era of Black exploitation movies and watching the likes of Jim Brown in the movies that he made, where he was fighting the man, he was getting the bad guys. So, so he was very prominent even in his activism after his retirement. So, again, I just believe that these are leaders that we won't have ever again, and I think they have been a little bit under appreciated in the culture, and they definitely need to be honored and celebrated. So this is a part of what I'm doing today. All right, so we're gonna move on to our brother Jim Brown. Jim Brown, born February 17, 1936 in Clinton, Georgia. I never heard of that, but he's a Georgia boy. And he just broke so many barriers as being one of the greats that ever did. I think he was one of the first Black athletes to ever broke a lot of records, even in college, before he even made it to the NFL. And I think when he retired with the Cleveland Browns. So I believe, and I hope that they will honor and celebrate his legacy at some point, at some game, in the NFL. I know a lot of people have been tweeting and posting about, celebrating Jim Brown's life. He died peacefully at his home at the age of 87 years old. So he led a pretty good life. And I want to say to the Brown family, prayers and condolences to them. And thank you for sharing that legendary Black man with us. His legacy in life will not be forgotten. He's done so much for the culture as well and for our people. So let's show the video from Jim Brown team. And then we're going to do Harry Belafonte. And then we're going to drop the link if anybody want to come up and have a conversation about these three men, or either one of them separately or all together. All right. Jim Brown, you guys, NFL legendary. We're going to bring that beautiful being footage up on Jim Brown. Thank you guys. I appreciate you rocking with me tonight. This is just a little honor I want to do for these three kings.
Pro Football Hall of Famer Jim Brown has died. Brown's wife said in an Instagram post that he died peacefully in his home on Thursday night. He is known as one of the greatest football players of all time. He was also an actor and civil rights activist. James Brown has more on his legacy.
Brown takes the ball.
He was one of the greatest football players to step foot on the gridiron, but his talents transcended sports. Jim Brown was born in 1936 in segregated Georgia.
When Jimmy Brown breaks loose for
He rose to fame as a football and lacrosse standout at Syracuse. ESPN recently called him the greatest college football player ever.
Number 32, Jimmy Brown.
Brown went on to play 9 seasons in the NFL for the Cleveland Browns. He led the league in rushing for 8 of those and was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1971.
And I returned from professional football.
At the top of his career, Brown quit the NFL at the age of 30 for acting.
20 seconds.
He starred in dozens of films, including movies like The Dirty Dozen and Any Given Sunday, where he shared the screen with Al Pacino.
Never had him. How you gonna lose me?
Tonight, Brown also being remembered for his political activism during the civil rights movement and the decades that followed. In the 1980s, Brown founded the Amer I Can Foundation, which teaches life skills to at-risk youth. He faced his own share of legal issues, serving time in prison in 2002 for charges related to a domestic violence dispute.
That's the greatness in the building.
Still, his legacy means he was revered by this generation of superstar athletes. Jim Brown was 87 years old. He was indeed one of the greatest ever athletes in any sport. Chanel?
James Brown, thank you. Tyler Dragon joins me now with more on this. He is an NFL.
All right. Yes, so that is the legendary GOAT, Jim Brown himself, I forgot about his organization that he later formed for at-risk children. He did a lot of political activism. I remember him being a major part of the civil rights movement, standing by the sides of Martin Luther King, Harry Belafonte, Muhammad Ali, James Brown, Aretha Franklin. Like I said, guys, these were entertainers, sports figures that were heavily in the movement and the civil rights movement and in the political activism as well. So salute to him. May he rest in peace. Prayers and condolences to his family. He is definitely a legend in sports and activism and entertainment. He is gone but never forgotten. I had a mad crush on him. Bad away. I just gotta say that. I had a mad crush on him when I was a teenager, right? Seeing him on the big screen, just watching him play football, and then when he got into acting, like I said, my favorite movie of his was watching him on the big screen with Fred Williamson, who was also an NFL player, and Jim Kelly in Three the Hard Way. And then he had his own movie, which was the first one was Slaughter Big Ripoff, and then the second was Slaughter Big Ripoff 2 or something like that, or Revenge. But I mean, he just played this bad ass that kicked butt, got the bad man, and survived and was on top. So it wasn't the type of movies where you see all the time where our people be always dying in the movie, things of that nature. So it was good to see somebody that looked like us on the big screen kicking butt, right? And he was handsome. He was a handsome, tall, dark chocolate black man, in his stature and muscular and athletic built. And he was just very, very handsome. And I remember just being at awe at him and Jim Williams, and Fred Williamson, and Jim Kelly and Three the Hard Way, and just totally appreciating and looking at those black men and seeing the things that were and are still possible for our people. So again, first time I seen, Diana Ross and the Supremes on TV, Diane Carroll, all these beautiful black people doing the doggone thing. It gave this little black girl from the south side of Chicago a lot of hope. So salute to these icons, you guys. They legacy in life have to continue to live on in us and in our next generations to come. I don't think that they are celebrated and honored and talked about enough. So I wanted to pay homage to them tonight, and I appreciate you guys for being here and rocking with OG Patrice on Straight Up No Chaser Talk on knowledge and relationships. All right, and last but not least, we're gonna do studio experts on none other than the legendary Harry Belafonte, born March 1st, 1927. And I didn't say that Malcolm X was born 5/19/1925. Like I said, which today he would have been 95 years old. So Harry Belafonte, guys, I believe he's Caribbean accent, he's Caribbean ethnicity. I believe his parents were, he's from, I can't remember, I don't know, want to get it right. Was it Jamaica or was it Barbados? I think it was Jamaica, I believe. I didn't look it up. Let me see. Let me go into it right quick. But I know that he started off early. I believe he served in the armed forces for a while, and he was a representative of the Democrat Party. His instrument was his vocals, as he was a singer, born Harold George Belafonte in 1927. So, he was born in Harlem, New York. His children, I remember Sherry Belafonte, she became an actor. His son, David Belafonte, Gina Belafonte, Adrian Belafonte, are all his children. He had a spouse, Pamela Franklin, and Julie Robinson, and Mark Rita Belafonte. So he was married 3 times. He had 3 wives. So yes, I believe his native parents were native Jamaican. Yeah, he was born to immigrant parents in Harlem. Jamaican descent, life in Jamaica. So he went back and forth from Jamaica to the Americas, where he finally settled in New York and started his career in acting, things like Broadway and things of that nature. And he had the famous Banana Boat song, Day-O, Day-O, daylight come and me want to go home. Mr. Sally something like Mr. Sally Man. And that song was actually about the men that worked on things like the Chain Gang, and they worked all of these low-paying, very hard labor jobs back, in the 30s and 40s and 50s. So that song became very, very famous with him singing it. And it became like a national anthem for the civil rights movement, as well as like James Brown said, "Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud." Like Sam Cooke's "A Change Is Gonna Come," things of that nature. So our people that were heavy off in entertainment and sports and were also activism, also had famous songs that were part of the civil rights movement. I want to say good evening to Big Rig Slaps. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you coming in, stopping in, and rocking with your girl, OGPatrice, on Straight Up No Chaser Talk on knowledge and relationships. And Big Rig Slap and B-Eazy Dat Dude have their own show on this very channel called EazilyRigged. Y'all come and check them out. I believe they on Tuesday night. If I'm right, please give me a thumbs up in the chat. But I believe it's Tuesday night. You can watch EazilyRigged right here on Knowledge and Relationships. Okay, guys. Last but not least, we're gonna show a little video footage expert from the life and an interview that actually Harry Belafonte did, where he's kind of going in on the Democratic Party and explaining where the flip went from the Dixiecrats to the Republican. And he's sitting right next to, not far from, Obama and Hillary Clinton doing this interview. It's kind of funny. So check it out. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Ever since. Well, Harry Belafonte was an outspoken activist on so many issues, and here he is speaking about the Democratic Party.
The last thing Dr. King said to me before he was murdered was in my home when we were sitting planning strategy for the Poor People's Campaign, which was on the horizon of the politics of the day. That's why he went to Memphis. And in the course of that meeting, he seemed distracted and a little under-focused. And when we asked him what was the matter, Martin said, I've been thinking long and hard about our struggle. We worked tenaciously for our rights. And the culmination of all that effort will be reflected in what we've come to call the integration movement. And I sit here deeply concerned that I suspect we are leading our nation on an integration trip that has us integrating into a burning house.
Well, bam! Bam! Keep going.
I don't think we quite understood how pathetic that remark was. After all, we're in the midst of a very heady moment in our struggle. We were winning on a lot of frontiers. Bull Connor had been confronted. The bus boycotts had worked. Votes were coming. Even Lyndon Baines Johnson had been struck by the spirit and got up and talked about we shall overcome in the Congress. And for Dr. King to have been in this place at a time when we seemed to be making great headway, was a moment to pause and reflect. That reflection has taken longer than I had suspected it would, but it has certainly come to reveal itself fully when we look at the condition in which we find not only our world, but in particular, our nation. The wreckage that is taking place down in the Gulf region, the southwest part of the United States, is not the only wreckage that exists. We have a lot of wreckages around this country. And perhaps the most distracting and perhaps the most important wreckage to take a look at is really the wreckage of the Democratic Party.
Harry Belafonte is saying this as he's sitting next to then candidates Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
I don't know if she was. Oh yeah, she did run in 2008.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Wow. Oh yeah, it's wrecked really bad. She's going totally.
So, but just keep in mind, things have only gotten 100 times worse.
We have to struggle against.
Hey, Dad! Check it out!
Was in the possession and the power of Democrats who came from the South. And when we showed them the tenaciousness and the conviction and the sense of great purpose that the people of this nation had into transforming our condition, all those Democrats from the South ran off and became Republicans as an act of punishment for what we were trying to achieve as a people. And that
keep going.
Punishment continues to play itself out. Eleanor Roosevelt was a close friend. And once sitting in Hyde Park with her, she told a story about a great black leader by the name of A. Philip Randolph. He was one of the great giants of the century, certainly one of the great thinkers. And she recalled an evening when A. Philip Randolph had been invited to a dinner at the White House. And just he and her and the president, Franklin Roosevelt. And during the course of the dinner, the president invited Mr. Randolph to speak his thoughts. And for a long time, A. Philip Randolph held forth on every list of grievances he could think of. For the people in the labor movement, for the people who were poor, for black people, and Roosevelt permitted him to hold forth without any interruption until he concluded. And at the end of it, Roosevelt reached for a box of cigars, passed one around to Philip, and as he slowly lit the cigar, he turned to Philip Randolph and he said, "Philip, let me tell you, I've heard everything you've said. I've missed absolutely nothing. And there's nothing that you've said that I disagree with. And I do, in fact, have the platform to be able to make the transformation work that you're looking for. And I guess we're all looking for. I have just one request of you, and it is for you to go out and make me do it." It seems to me that there will be no loftier statements and no greater speeches to be made than have already been made. Certainly Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, Fannie Lou Hamer down in Atlantic City when she challenged with the Freedom Mississippi Democratic Party. There are a lot of people who have made speeches that are as eloquent as will ever be written. And we've listened to a lot of redundancy. A lot of people who have carefully selected the phrases and applied them to the moment.
I think he's talking about Obama.
I think he's talking about Obama too.
What eludes us is the bankruptcy of the action itself. This poverty that our country is witnessing has never gone away. Most of the politicians I know of have visited these places of poverty. They make it their business when they're running for the highest office in this nation to go into the heart of our pain, our anguish, our indignities, and make promises only to walk into the places of power and then deny us.
Exactly. And that's exactly what both those people did sitting next to him. That's exactly what both those people did sitting next to him. Barack Obama used those phrases, applied them to from the 50s and 60s, applied them to his campaign, and but he didn't have any action behind him. So he's talking about the bankruptcy of the action, and there it is. I mean, he's saying it right, and he's predicting that with Barack Obama's presidency, and it came true. Oh, let's see what he has to say. Oh, is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Wow. That was, and he said it right in front of him, and that was in 2007?
During that primary, yeah. With Hillary and Obama.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they just sit there and they're like, hey, we're phonies. And he doesn't get it. He's an actor. The actor's the guy who's more real. The guy who plays pretend for a living is more real than the politicians who are supposed to be actually solving our problems. And of course, they're all about self-dealing. And Barack Obama also was.
Is that why it's called Ugly Showbiz or Ugly Hollywood?
I think so. That was amazing to hear him say, is there anything worth salvaging in the Democratic Party? And there isn't.
That part where he talks about the tactic of sounding really noble and lofty by, repackaging old speeches and old rhetoric to sound, it's like Obama heard that part. It was like, all right, yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll keep doing that. Yeah, it's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Say what you want, Harry. It works. It really works. I'm gonna become president before you know it.
Harry's recognized.
So we lost a real one when we lost Harry Belafonte.
Son is 10 years old, and I will arm him with everything that I can so that he will be free of any primitive concepts about false patriotism, about boundaries, about the meaning of flags. Mankind is much bigger than all of these primitive symbols. And I don't want to see my boy with his face stuck in some rice paddy off in Vietnam or off in some other land, protecting the interests of the establishment and trying to reward their greed with his life. I'm opposed to it. And I don't want him to be armed with a sense of being able to go off and destroy another human being anywhere in the world whom he's never known. It's inhuman. It's terrible. And the reason I hang around is to make sure that in my old age, if I live to see it, that I will be able to say that in my lifetime I did all that I could with what was at my disposal, because I would hate for my children to look at me and to say, where were you during the moment of the great decision?
I have actually...
All right, family. So that was the legendary, iconic Harry Belafonte. Again, you guys, Harry was different. He was different. And I will say, for someone that was an immigrant and the child of immigrants that came from the Caribbean islands, at the end of the day, he still knew that he was Black first. He didn't come over here with the separatism mindset that a lot of them have right now, where they'll tell you, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican, or I'm not Black, I'm from Africa, or I'm not Black. It's a whole mindset that a lot of them, but not all of them have. That was not the mindset of Harry Belafonte. He knew that his parents, who were Jamaican immigrants, came over here to have a better life for him, and him being born there and going back and forth. At the end of the day, he still realized and fought for that he was a Black man first before anything. His mindset in talking to him wasn't that of white supremacy. We talk to hear a lot of immigrants talk now, immigrants of color that will tell you, or don't say they don't identify as Black, but they identify as they ethnicity, which is Jamaican or Barbados or Haitian or whatever. That was not the mindset back then of Harry Belafonte. He came from he was cut from a different cloth, and he had a different mindset than a lot of the Americanized people that come over, but either from Africa that are in Europe, or the Caribbean islands that are in Europe, or even in the United States. It just blows my mind, the attitude and the mindset of a lot of them now, because that's the first thing that come out their mouth. And I want to welcome Kimberly again back. Thank you. And my sister Jill, Chocolate Ruthie. How are you, beautiful sister? Thank you, ladies, for stopping in and rocking with the girl, OG Patrice. It's good to be back. It's good to be seen. It's good to be heard. And it's good to hear from you guys again, too. So I hope you guys are having a great start to your weekend. I hope that you are off this weekend getting a little R&R. Guys, thank you for tuning in with me, rocking with me while I celebrate the life of these beings. I personally wanted to pay homage and give thanks to them for all their activism, all their realness, all their hard work, all the time, the money, the effort, the protesting, the marching, the going to jail, everything that they went through to sacrifice for us to have a lot of the freedoms that we have now that we take advantage of and don't even realize that we stand on the shoulders of greatness. We stand on the shoulders of greatness like the Malcolm X, the greatness like the Jim Brown, the greatness like the Harry Belafonte, the greatness like the Martin Luther King Jr., the greatness of so many people before us, guys. And that's how I was raised. That's how I raised my son. That's how my son's raising my grandchildren. To be proud of the people that came before you that set the tone, and to carry that torch. The fact of the matter is, we're losing so many of them. They're lucky and blessed to be able to pass on from old age like Jim Brown and Harry Belafonte, because a lot of them did not. They met their untimely demise like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. So many of our leaders met an untimely demise by the hands of other people, guys. And to know that this is a once in a lifetime, I don't believe that we will ever, at least I know probably not in my time. The last of the Mohicans is Brother Minister Louis Farrakhan, guys. I'm telling you, with the tenacity, the boldness, the unapologetic drive and conviction that these leaders had, and now they're up in age and they leaving us. And we just don't have these one-of-a-kind type of leaders anymore in our community, guys, because the ones that's coming up, they sell off. They sell for the bag. But listen, they listen. Just like Harry Belafonte sat there right next to Obama and Hillary Clinton and called them out, called the Democratic Party out for having a whole platforms of when they were running, all on the civil rights movement. Obama with the change, and the theme song was "A Change Gonna Come." So he kept talking about change, 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 and they take these movements. Hillary did the same thing. They work on the heartstrings of our people. They work on the heartstrings of our people. We believe in them. We trust in them. We give up our vote, and then they do absolutely nothing for us. Keep that in mind. Harry Belafonte talked about how the Democrats became Republicans. They flipped the script because they were mad. Okay? They were mad and upset because of the powers that was coming to be for our people. Then they flipped the script from the Dixiecrats to the Republicans. Pay attention, guys. I'm telling y'all. I worked the Obama campaign myself. I saw it from the inside out. They tear on the heartstrings of our people. They use things like the civil rights movement. They use things like the shiny object and the dangling carrot to get our vote. And they tell us, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. They tear on the heartstrings of our people, and we vote them in, and they give us absolutely nothing. But when we have leaders so bold, so elegantly spoken, so as a matter of fact, unapologetically Black, like Malcolm X was, like King was, like Jim Brown, how Harry Belafonte was, like Minister Louis Farrakhan is. Listen, they one of a kind. We not gonna see them no more like that, guys. Because I believe the leaders that's coming up today are doing two things. They're either selling out for the bag, or either they're afraid to be so bold as these leaders were. And our entertainers and sports figures can no longer be activists and be about the movement of their people anymore, because they're considered a liability. They literally have it in their contract. You can't go out and protest. You can't fight for nothing. You can't speak up for nothing. If you do, you're going to lose this bag. If you do, you're going to lose this job. If you do, you're going to lose all respect for you. It's going to be a mark on your character and your reputation. And it's sad that we live in a day and age that is the norm. And we sell out every time and take the bag. Every time. We never, ever, hardly ever do you see someone from the sports figures and the entertainment now step up and talk about the rights and the fight. A few of them came out. James Fox, God, I hope he's healing. He came out. He came out with the George Floyd thing. He did. But listen, they only can do it once, maybe twice, and then they got to fall back, because they'll be considered a liability with the record labels, the record execs, the sports executives, things of that nature. Just like when Kaepernick took a stand, look what happened to him. These are the things that they are destroying people's careers. They're destroying the bag for these people. So they saying, tell them to be quiet, don't say nothing, don't talk up for their people. I want y'all to really be cognizant of what's going on. We will no longer see leaders like this anymore come up on our behalf and be so bold and unapologetically about the movement for our people, guys. So I wanted to pay homage to these guys and celebrate their life and their legacy. And if my team now will be so kind as to drop the link, if anybody want to come up and converse with me and say a word, talk about these three gentlemen, and what growing up meant to you, with seeing their faces and seeing their fight and seeing their motivation for our people. What did that do for you? Because I know for me, it made me believe in myself more. It made me say anything is possible when I looked on the TV screen, the movie screen, and I would see these people speaking up. I would see these people in sports and entertainment and being on television. Somebody that looked like me gave this little Black girl from the south side of Chicago hope as to say, I can do anything I want. I can aspire to be just like them, or whatever it is that I wanted to be. We all needed that boost, that hope, right, of being Black in America and having to fight so hard for everything. So when I say we stand on the shoulders of these giants, we truly stand on the shoulders of these giants, you guys. I was raised to take pride in who I am as a Black woman in America, born and raised here, knowing about my ancestors that fought for this country, 399, what that meant to me, and all of these giants whose shoulders I stand on, that are leaving this earth in one form or another. We just can't respect and can't honor. They only taught us so much about our Black history in school. Martin Luther King was the biggest thing in our Black history. I knew very little about Malcolm X in high school. I knew something, but they considered him as radical. So they didn't really do too much of teaching of Malcolm X, right? I learned that later once I graduated out of high school and started doing African American studies and learning more about Frederick Douglass, learning more about James Baldwin and people of that nature that was a big part of the movement. James Baldwin is another one. He got exiled and ended up going over to Europe and living out the rest of his days because of what America stood for that he didn't like and how he was hated when he so boldly spoke up. you know? And so again, these type of leaders, you guys, listen, I'm telling you, we're not going to see them anymore. And at least, like I said, I know in my lifetime that was so unapologetically and very bold in their stance about the movement, about the culture, about our people. Because the most part that for people that are in it now, guess what? We fight against each other more, that we can't even get to the root of the problem to solve within our culture and community, because we're too busy fighting each other. We're too busy feeling like we got to show off another person. Like I said, Malcolm X, who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin? Who taught you to hate your nose and your mouth? Who taught you that? But now that you perpetuate that on your own people, that is a form of white supremacy, self-hate that we have indoctrinated and conditioned in our culture. So this is what we do to each other. Right to this day, I have never ever been ashamed of who I am, what I look like, my features. And I was in high school and would hear people say these things about me and other people, about my dark skin, about my thick lips, about my nose, about my hair, like our own people. And we're still so socially engineered and conditioned into being a colorist, into being a self-hating person. Of when we look in the mirror and see a reflection of ourselves as somebody that looks like us. So when you have people like Malcolm X, Jim Brown, Harry Belafonte, and the like, of teaching self-love, self-preservation, self-respect, self-building of your community and your culture, you rarely hear the younger generation talking about these people. I think after the Gen X generation, for some reason, that history and that legacy fell off, with their names being ringing in the homes and being taught in the homes and in our history books. They're not there. So we have to do these things ourselves. We have to teach, because they're not trying to put it in our schools, you guys. We have to our children and our children's children, and pass that on about the history of our people. It is so important. It's funny to me that a lot of the younger generation has, not all of them, but a lot of them have. They don't want to talk about it. They have no respect. But it's funny when I look at other cultures and how they literally teach their history and heritage in school. They're taught. Certain races of people have teaching in school about their history, and they told to never forget. But we want to, or choose to, or people tell us to forget. It's mind-blowing to me, mind-boggling to me, how that's such a self-hate that we don't even want to look at ourselves and face ourselves in the mirror and be proud of who we are, where we came from, and the people who showed us we stand for. So this is why I wanted to do this show tonight, to celebrate the life and the legacy of Brother Malcolm X, Brother Jim Brown, and Brother Harry Belafonte. And there are so many more, guys. You know, like I said, I can go on and on, name and name of people, Khalid Muhammad, so many. And like I said, the minister, he's like the last of the Mohegans, guys. And it's my understanding that his health is failing him and he's sick, right now. And I pray for his health and strength, as I do James Fox. Because I'm telling you, listen, the minister is gone. I'm telling you, I just don't know. We're only going to have our history and videos and books and things like that we can buy for ourselves and teach our children and our children's children in our own homes about these leaders. So the ones that are still here, like your Minister Farrakhan, that's last of the Mohegans, we need to honor and celebrate these life and give them their flowers while they live, because they leave this earth fast. It's not by someone else taking the hands of their demise. They've grown old. They have no more fight in them because they're old and feeble. They're very feeble, and they've done the work already. And they saying that they want to pass the torch. But some of these people that they're passing the torch on to is not carrying that torch with honor, with grace, with perseverance, with deliberacy, with results, with determination, with fight, with get up and go, with non-apologetic boldness. We don't have these type of leaders anymore, guys, unfortunately. And the ones that we did have that was trying, they shut them down. Now, we have boots on the ground activism people that are doing the work. But you know what? They get shadow put by all these big people that have sold out and took the bag that want to be seen because they stand on the side of certain people that they sold out to, that they want to showboat and show off to. We do have some, but they don't get the shine that they deserve. These are people boots on the ground, 10 toes down in the community that are truly, truly doing the work, but they get overshadowed by the big people that want to be seen, by the people that want to be heard, by the people that, want to feel so important. It is no longer about the movement for them anymore. So you got the people that are boots on the ground doing the work, and they are the little people that stand behind the shadows. They don't do it for the recognition. They do it for the love of their people, for the love of the community and culture. So there are people out there, and it's unfortunate that a lot of times their voices get shut down or don't get heard at all, or very little, because they know when they open their mouth and speak, they're going to say something that most of the people don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth about certain people that have sold us out. They don't want to hear the truth about how we need to do more and fight more and be in the rooms more to get more done for our people, our culture, and our community. When you have people that speak like that, unfortunately, a lot of times they get shut down, or they give them little time on the mic because they know they're about to say something real bold, and then listen, when people say things real bold and make you uncomfortable, that's when you know they speaking facts and truth. When you are uncomfortable, the truth is sometimes uncomfortable, guys. And when you make people uncomfortable, they have a problem with you. So they want to keep you in the background. And that's a lot, I'm telling you, that's what's happening with people that are boots on the ground in the community. And I see my brother, B-Eazy Dat Dude, has joined us on the panel. How you doing tonight, B-Eazy?
I'm doing good. How you feeling tonight?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up and having this conversation with me. So, talk to me, brother. Tell me, in your lifetime and in your span of being on this earth, what have these three brothers have been to you or meant to you, or have they inspired you in any way? If you can please just talk about all three of them, or any one that you want to choose or whatever. I so want to hear your opinion and your view.
I definitely want to give salutations to all three of them and reverence to the accomplishments and the contributions that they've made to society at large, but especially our community. But I'm fully abreast with like the history of, and shout out to Jill, with Jim Brown and Brother Malcolm, so I love Harry Belafonte, what he stands for and represents, but I don't really know too much of his historical background. Not enough to, go, like to give any type of diatribe about it. But when it comes to Jim Brown, many people only look at him and say, hey, he was an athlete. And just like Malcolm had some criminal dealings in the past, but you can't reduce this man's entire achievement to just a sport or just the mistakes that he made, because even with the whole criminal paradigm, there's many people, the best criminals don't even get caught. So you don't label them criminals, but they're walking past you every day committing crimes, but you don't see them as a criminal. So people have a distorted view of what criminality is any type of way, you know, and whether someone is doing a violent crime or you're doing a non-violent crime, you're both criminals. Yes, it's levels to it, but you would be in the same jail. If you get caught up with tax evasion, you in the same jail as people that was robbing people. So you can try to say, oh no, I'm not that kind of criminal. You are a criminal. So I'm saying that to say sometimes people will bring that up, just like they bring up, the unsubstantiated claims of Martin Luther King stepping out. Like maybe he did, right? But it's like, your daddy probably stepped out. You don't hate him for it. Your uncle was a player. You don't hate him for it, but you want to hate Martin Luther King for it. You want to try to, and it's like, you're not even faithful in your relationship. So why are you acting like that's a deal breaker? I'm saying that all to say is because at one point I'm starting with Jim Brown, but I'm just tying them together. Jim Brown, I think I seen him with Trump, and people was like, oh, he's a sellout. He just, what is he doing, man? How could he do this? And it's like, he's already up in age. So right. let's be honest. If Trump is cutting a check, like what would you want him to turn that bag down? He's already done enough. So if you wasn't rocking with him up into his 80s, don't act like the Trump, him posing with Trump and Ye was the deal breaker. Let's not do that, because I did see some people trying to reduce him down to, oh, he's an athlete and he's hanging with Trump. No, he's a lot more than an athlete. And let me just give you a couple of things that he's done that more people should be doing. So in 1967, he had the Cleveland Summit. He organized a historical meeting, and this was in response to Muhammad Ali's refusal to be inducted into the military for the Vietnam War. How many of y'all know that it was taught that? They tried to send Muhammad Ali. He said, I ain't fighting it. He's like, bruh, they never was calling me a igga. You feel me? Like, no, I'm not doing that. How many people would do that now? But anyways, he organized the Cleveland Summit. I think they have a Netflix documentary about it. I can't remember the name of it, but it had Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, then known as Lou Alcindor, Sidney Poitier. There was a lot of other people there. People have the means, the influence now. He did this in 1967 with no social media. He did this in 1967 with no iPhone. He did this in 1967 with no email, no MacBook, no tablet, no even walkie-talkies. He wasn't flying pigeons. So now what is your excuse? If the money that a lot of people is making today, you have more money than Jim Brown had at this time when he got it popping, and he had more to lose. You could say, hey, I'm not Jim Brown. He had more to lose than you. And you're ready. You won't even send out a tweet. You won't make a post. You won't hold any type of activism meetings or sessions in your area. What is stopping you? Because according to some people, white supremacy doesn't exist. We're all equal. So shouldn't you be free to do this, uninterrupted? No one will disrupt you. No one will try to disrespect you, because we're all equal and there's no issues among anybody. But let me also just say that he also started the Negro Industrial Economic Union in 1967. He did all of this stuff in 1967. Jim Crow was still popping in 1967. And a lot of people, oh, Jim Crow doesn't exist anymore. So why you ain't doing anything like this to get this popping? Because if you don't care about the conditions of the community, I think that's your liberty and your right as a citizen to say, F this community, I'm done with it. But you can't then say I'm done with this community, criticize the conditions, And it's like, okay, are you gonna do anything to fix it? No, I'm just complaining about it. Oh man, there's a bunch of dishes in the sink. You gonna wash them? No, I'm just complaining about the dishes in the sink. Like, bro, just leave the house or go somewhere where you're complaining is constructive and productive. But you just pointing out the issues, pointing out an issue without a solution is complaining and whining. And many people say that they're against complaining and whining, yet that's all they do. But also, he was an advocate for criminal justice reform. He co-founded in 1988 the Mayor I Can program, and it focused on gang intervention, violent intervention, promoting education, personal development for at-risk youth. And there it's impacted like a countless amount of lives. Now, what I just said, what is stopping any of you to try to say, hey, look, man, this dude sounds smart, this dude is high earning, high value, astute, let me get with him and start focusing on gang intervention, violent intervention, promoting educational and personal development behaviors, activities. There's no white supremacy, right? You care about the community, right? What is stopping you? You don't have to do it by yourself. A lot of these cats is saying that they got all these chicks. Bro, have them chicks work for you. If anything, they'll be able to do all this stuff. They'll be, if anything, they'll recruit a bunch of dudes for you that will be willing to help build up your organization. If they want to do some clerical stuff, if they want to do some social media ambassadors, let them do that. And then we'll be teaching the guys how to tie ties, build stuff with carpentry, plumbing stuff. We can handle that. And if any other women want to do it too, it's no discriminating. But it's just like naturally, that's not what the genders gravitate towards too. So what I'm saying is, I'm telling cats like, bro, you don't need to save anything. Why aren't you building this?
Right.
Come on now.
This is what they like to do. You know, just bump their gum, talking loud and ain't saying nothing in my Jane Brown voice. That actually was a Jane Brown song. Talking loud and saying nothing. That's what a lot of these people do, unfortunately, you know, on platforms. And they're absolutely not doing anything to change the conditioning of the community, the culture, or the people. So they just like to complain. And Jill, you are so right. Jim Brown was very heavily involved in the gang movement and trying to prevent and stop gang violence.
He had a movie. Do you remember that movie? It was called OGs. It was actually called Original Gangsters.
Original Gangsters.
But you know, that's what it means. But it's spelled out Original Gangster. And what was, I think Foxy Brown? She was in it. That movie was actually that movie was slept on. They had Braxton from Jamie Foxx. He was like the thug out of Yearbud. And they had Drew Down from Out Here. He played in there. But what I liked about the movie was the gangs was terrorizing the neighborhood. And the elder said, you know what, man, this is not the neighborhood we grew up in. We're not about to tolerate this. Right. So this is what I be trying to tell cats, like, y'all be saying y'all be like sliding on ops and all this type of stuff. If this is your environment, why don't you regulate it? Why don't you say, look, this is not what's going down? And if you don't respect it and you think that anybody could do anything, then why wouldn't they just do the most? You feel me? If people is just like pissing in hallways and no one cares, then why not take a dump in the hallway, right? Why not be having intercourse in the hallway, right? Why not just throw a condom in? You see what I'm saying? Like, where does it go? Who was able to enforce those standards? Y'all saying y'all the big bag dudes on the block, but y'all just allowing the conditions to get degraded and be depraved like this. So now that says more about you. So then once you flip it back and say, hey, well, I don't care about this. This ain't my neighborhood. All right. So when other people have that same disdain, that same lack of irreverence from what you're talking about, could you really blame them? You know what I mean? It doesn't justify what they're doing, But bro, you don't even care about your own conditions. Your kid's just walking around this. You'll throw a needle down there, and yeah, you'll say, hey, I'm not doing drugs. Yeah, but your kid walks past that. You'll throw some trash down, or you'll walk past some trash. Even when people be with their dogs, they letting their dogs poop on people's lawn and stuff like that. Like, have some respect.
That's total disrespect, yeah. And just even to say about the original Gangsters movie, came out in '96, and it was actually a part of the follow-up from the blaxploitation film, and it did have Fred Williamson, Pam Grier, and Richard Roundtree. If y'all remember him from Shaft.
Oh yeah, they had them a little cast in there. They had them an all-star cast.
They had all the OGs in there, right? So that was actually a really, really great movie because it just depicted a part of the history of, like I said, I grew up in the blaxploitation movie part, so it was actually really good to see them all come together and do that movie. But just to give a little history even on Harry, since you said you didn't know much, Harry was definitely a part of the civil rights movement. A lot of people don't know that Harry gave a lot of his money that he earned from his acting career to the movement behind the scenes. He was a part of that. I forget what it's called. I can't think of the name right now, but it was when they Caucasian students in the car with some black people, and they were going somewhere south about something with the voting or something like that, and the Ku Klux fought them and killed them all in the car, including the white people, because if you were white, you got caught, being about the movie with black people, they called you the N-word lover, and they met their demise the same way that they did, black people back then. So I do want to say and speak up and say that there were genuinely good black people that was about the movement of the cause, as there is now. We're not saying all people are racist or all white people are racist or all white people have this white supremacy mindset or talking point. There are good white people that is still right today that is genuine and a part of the movement and helping black people move forward. So I wanted to say Harry Belafonte was a part of that and gave his own money. They had to help pay for the funerals of those people. They blew up the church with the 4 little girls. Spike Lee did a movie about the 4 little girls. If you haven't seen that documentary, check that out. That's by Spike Lee, the 4 little girls. I believe it was in Alabama, I believe, where they blew up the church, and these 4 little girls were met their untimely demise as well. So it's so much. You just read off a plethora of things that a lot of people probably didn't even know that Jim Brown did or was a part of. But Harry Belafonte did a lot. He did more behind the scenes. I will say that. But they all were very bold in their conviction as being a part of the movement. And we have somebody else I want to welcome before I let, who's that? Is that Kim? That has joined the panel? KMA, welcome. Thank you for joining the panel. And I want to say salute to Kings and Dreams. I see you in the chat. Salute to you and thank you for stopping by. And we have been joined by the KMA on the panel and Mr. Best in the World. So Mr. Best in the World, you want to go ahead and speak before I let KMA speak?
Ladies first, as always. Go on, KMA.
All right, that's the gentleman I was hoping you said. Thank you so much. KMA, how are you? Welcome to the panel.
Good morning. I'm very tired, but I'm good. I'm happy to be here.
You saying morning. Where are you in the part of the world where it's morning?
I'm in Johannesburg. The lighting that is in this room is natural lighting. It's because of the curtains that are open and the sun that's hitting in the room. There are no lights on in this room.
Oh, wow.
So this is how it's 8:02 a.m.
Well, good morning to you and welcome. Welcome to Straight Up No Chaser Talk with OGPatrice. It's very nice to meet you. I've seen you before in the chat and things of that nature, but we never met in person. And thank you so much for joining the platform. So, Mr. Best in the World, Mr. Intellectual SoapBox said ladies first. So, ladies first, go ahead and tell us about your experience, your opinion and views on these three kings, and what did they mean to you, and what have you learned or know about their legacy?
You know, I've always followed Malcolm X very carefully, and a few others as well, because of the narrative that they've always sold, and the narrative that they've always went in was always in alignment, I guess, to what my belief system is not just Africans coming back to Africa, but coming back to learn about where they come from, learn about the philosophy, the history, the ancestry, and going back and trying to find out how they can infuse, you know, those things into the lifestyles or the lifestyles that they have abroad. You know, so that was one thing I know he was also always canvassing for. You know, we had a lot of support during our apartheid era in South Africa from these leaders during that time, because when you look at our history, we were the last. We were the last ones to also come out of that apartheid regime. You know, the colonialism and the ones that were holding us during that time didn't want to let go. But it was also due to the leaders that B-Eazy also mentioned, and you mentioned as well, you know, the leaders that people always want to sometimes look down on, but at the same time are the leaders that we needed, because not a lot of people are willing to stand up. And I remember hearing somebody say, we all have 24 hours in a day, what are you doing with yours? For me, I give myself 5 hours, not even 24 hours. The first 5 hours of my day need to be productive. So the same, I think, when we look at those leaders of those times, I mean, I also have in South Africa, we have your Nelson Mandela, your Chris Hani, a few other also people that fall into the same category with these, and they all sang the same song. They all spoke the same thing. They all, you know, mimicked the same thing. They might have been in other areas of the world, but they all sounded the same. They had the same message. They had the same. They were assigned to the same mission, which was just basically to talk about the freedom, not just external freedom, but mental freedom for our people. You know, which is, I feel like, a very, very good point. Is what are we doing with our time? B-Eazy mentioned it so clearly. What are we doing with our time? You know, for me, I went to try and be bold enough to rewrite our history in the form of poetry, and then because I didn't like how we were sold in the narrative of the history that I was sold in school, but the history that I was learning about South African history in school, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all, what I was coming across on the internet. So I went back and did my own research, and I was like, I'm going to rewrite history in the way I really hear it. You know, in the stories of what the elders on the street got to say, and the real people that saw what was happening got to say. And I feel like we need to get to that point where we need to fill up more community libraries with literature that is ours, that is telling the true essence of these stories of these men and women, also stating that they were never perfect. And none of them claim to be perfect. A lot of us come with flaws, but the message behind what they were sharing and the flaws, I feel like, are the things that we need to not look at as their downfall, but the fact that they are human. They are us.
I mean, let me just interject here, because you said so much that I totally agree with, and I'm glad that you said that you didn't like what you were, you know, being taught or listening to when it came to some of our leaders. And I agree. It's just like the same with the apartheid, Nelson Mandela, Desmond Tutu, all of that. I remember listening to them profoundly growing up and realizing what my people in Africa were going through and things of that nature. And I just recently, over the last probably about 3 years ago, did my ancestry and know that my ancestry goes back to Africa, goes back to a certain tribe and lineage. And just even researching and learning more about that and listening to the life of Desmond Tutu and Patrice Lumumba, Anwar, and as well as Nelson Mandela and their fighting in the cause over there, especially during the apartheid. You're right, and just to say that, you know, I think it's our responsibility to do our homework and to do our research when we are not getting fed the history and the knowledge that we need to have on our people and be able to pass that down, like I said, to our children, our children's children from generations to come. Because a lot of these people lost their life in vain or fought for that life. And I mean, it took over, 26 years of Nelson Mandela's life, you know, being in prison, you know, and fighting for apartheid and his people over there in Africa. So just to even say that speaks volumes, that's what you're saying. And thank you so much for even coming up here and saying that, you know, and explaining your thoughts and what they meant to do in their leadership and what they did for the culture. And I appreciate that. But you can go ahead and continue.
Yeah, I'm not even going to say too much because, as you mentioned, those were some of the points. Because, and I said this to Mr. Bess as well, is it's one thing being raised in Africa and saying I'm an African raised in Africa, but also coming across Africans that are not raised in Africa that have to go through these lens of having to go and have a whole genealogy test done, whereas I just gotta go and ask my mom, hey, do you have pictures of my grandmother? She'll say, yeah, I have your grandmother, your great grandmother, you know, so I can go and trace the history of where the first mixture was on my mom's side and on my dad's side. You know, it's so easy for me to just go and have that verbal conversation and be like, hey, where's the mixture? Why are we so fair? You know, and I'm like, nah, there's Xhosa on that side. Oh, okay, so the Xhosa tribe, there are some fair people. Oh, okay, and on my mom's side, there's Zulu and there's German. I'm like, ooh, okay. You know, I even took the initiative to learn a little bit of German, you know, to greet it in German. And I thought it was, you know, because I was like, oh, I can say,
we all know, right? We all know down deep inside, we all got a little of a mixture of other races in us, right? And I want to thank Hanifa. Thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping in. How are you doing, beautiful queen? And say good night to my sister Jill. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping in, and you have a good night. But Hanifa, welcome. And yeah, I agree. Like I said, I was very surprised. I did my father's side, which is, of course, the patriotic side, but you could do either or you could do both. You know, I did my dad's side and found out, you know, on my dad's side. And I don't know, I may do my mother's, I'm not sure, I don't know, but it just inspired me even more. I was raised in the community by people like, you know, the Malcolm X's and Jim Browns and Harry Belafonte, and seeing them on television, having a conversation with my parents growing up. I remember when my parents come from Mississippi, and they migrated to Illinois by way of in Jackson, Mississippi, when Medgar Evers got killed. My dad joined the NAACP, and my dad and mom was actually ran out of Mississippi by the Ku Klux Klan. And that's how they migrated to Chicago. So that's how I ended up, you know, being born in Chicago, raised in Chicago, and so forth like that. But I remember them telling the stories. That's why I made it my business to learn, grow, teach it to my son. My son is now teaching it to his children, because they need to know the sacrifice that my father and my mother made, right? All of this is a part of our history and our legacy. And it is very, very important I think, for our families to know things like that, right? So when my dad joined the NAACP, they literally had to put my dad in the trunk of a car in the middle of the night and sneak him out, and so they drove to Chicago because the KKK wanted to kill him when he joined the NAACP in Medgar Evers got killed in Jackson, Mississippi. And this is before I was born. Like my mother literally was, my oldest brother was a baby, right? And he was born in 1960. So that's how long ago that was. But it thrives in motivations like this. And when I hear these people speak, it's like, I think a lot of the younger generation don't even have no clue or idea the sacrifices that were made for them to have a lot of the freedoms that they took so much for granted for right today. And they have this, I don't care, that was way back then type of attitude. And they just don't even really realize it. So I don't know, I just see a different breed of that. But I wanted to celebrate these three kings because it's so deserving. And like I said, I believe that these are some of the last of the Mohegan men, as well as Minister Louis Farrakhan. We just don't have these type of leaders that's built from that cloth anymore. You know what I mean? But I want to let the Intellectual SoapBox now have the platform and speak. Sir, are you ready? I just want you to tell us a little bit about what these things like the legacy meant to you.
I just want to say, my thing is this. I think, we as a people just need to universally wake up. We've been universally asleep across the world, and we have to see that, the colonizer and oppressor will not stop until we are completely annihilated. And I think that's what all these brothers were trying to speak to. They were trying to speak to that. A lot of times, we don't listen. A lot of times we want to be on here, we want to fight amongst each other and have debates about people's dating lives and all these other low vibrational conversations. And most times on those conversations, I troll. KMA knows that. B-Eazy knows that. I troll in those conversations. Why? Because I'm trying to make a point that this is stupid. That's why I'm trolling. So if you ever see me trolling in relationship topics, it's because I'm really, really saying, guys, this is dumb. We should be building on something else. But if y'all want to build on this, then I'm going to have fun with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make it enjoyable for me. So the way I make it enjoyable is I troll. So, these are conversations that I want to have. If we're not talking about anything productive, then I'm going to troll. That's just what I'm going to do. So whenever y'all want to do the men versus women topics, I'm going to troll. So just be ready. Okay? Now, with that being said, based on that, when it comes to content, came in dying laughing. When it comes to content, you know what I'm saying? I see Patrice laughing too. When it comes to content, I would rather watch animal videos than watch some of these content that's on YouTube and on Instagram and everywhere else. I'd rather watch cat videos. I'd rather watch National Geographic. I'd rather watch sports because we're not building and we're not talking about anything that actually is meaningful. And when we talk about things that are meaningful, we talk about people that's meaningful. Nobody wants to watch and tune in. And then the people that want to watch and tune in and want to engage in the conversation, you know what I'm saying? It's not enough of us, you know what I mean? But it is enough of us, our community is growing rapidly and slowly at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like when you cook. When you're cooking something, it's cooking, you know what I mean? But you got to simmer it a little bit. That's a simmer. So it's a process. You know what I mean? But I think in our community too, we want leaders to be perfect. You know what I mean? We're looking for this perfect leader to just come out the sky or come out of the hood or wherever they're supposed to come from. And they're supposed to not have any flaws. They never done anything wrong. They've always been faithful. They never committed no crimes and they never lied and they love their mama and they love everybody. This is what we want. You know what I mean? And let me tell you, newsflash, you're never going to get that. Not in this lifetime you are. Never going to get that. And half of the people that you people respect in media, and salute the 100 watts to see you, my brother. You know what I mean? Salute, salute, salute. Pull up if you can, brother. You definitely could chop in. StreamYard is in the link. But half the people that we see that are leaders or that are doing something meaningful, we cut them down. We cut them down and we try to talk about, things that they're not doing right or how we would have did it better. But yet we haven't even done half of the things that these people are trying to do. We haven't even obtained any of the things that they're trying to go after. But yeah, we want to critique. I'm not even trying to hear that. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what's wrong with our people. We're overly critical. And another thing we got to wake up and stop doing. Us as a people, we have nothing, but yet we are the only people who turn down everything, and yet we have nothing. We turn down everything and yet have nothing.
I agree.
That's our pride. We gotta learn how to work together. And those three gentlemen was about us working together. You know what I mean? And they all came from different backgrounds. They was Muslim, Christian, whatever else they believed in, Pan-African, whatever. It didn't matter. What they realized is that it's about us. And when are we gonna get to the point where it's about us matters to us? It matters to them, to everybody else. What they have, their bottom line matters to them. Their status quo matters to them. The Asian man, his status quo matters to him. The Middle Eastern man, his status quo matters to him. The European and the colonizer and oppressor, what they have, it matters to them. You know what I mean? But we want to carry on these pseudo cultures and narratives. You know what I mean? Act like they matter to us. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Mexican. Or I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. And I know I'm ruffling some feathers, but I don't care. Or I'm not black, I'm from Brooklyn. You okay? The colonizer and oppressor, when the colonizer and oppressor pulls you over and addresses you, or you in a wrong neighborhood and they address you, they gonna let you know who you are. My grandfather told me that. The colonizer and oppressor gonna let you know who you are. So
I agree.
We can keep pushing false narratives and pseudo cultures and everything else. You know what I mean? But you will get your Negro wake-up call. And hopefully, you know what I mean, when that alarm go off, you're ready to get up. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. That part. I mean, you're right. I agree. You know, a lot of, like I said, a lot of them are leaders are leaving us. A lot of them have left, been gone long time, and we just not had these type of leaders to step up. And when we did, that, you know, like I always talk about Sister Soldier. I always talk about watching her during the 80s and 90s come up with that same mindset and movement and boldness for our people and about our people. And I just watched our own people browbeat that sister to death. She never could get to the part about really, you know, talking about the community, the culture, and coming together and in unity and all of that stuff. Like the time when I come up in the movement of when the rap was talking about that, right, with Queen Latifah and unity and self-destruction and like all those raps that brought us together. You know, what is the name with Chuck D and them? Public Enemy, Fighting the Power. Like those words really instilled in me and really made me get up and get out here and fight, right? And we don't. You know, they took all of that away from us, and we actually brought into a whole nother culture in gangster rap and all of that. And I talk about that and say it because a lot of us have sold out to that ideology as well and that indoctrination, right? But I just saw us moving a little bit further and having the unity when we had the sister soldiers, when we had that type of music that we was self-aware and was conscious about, right? And watching the shift and the change happen, and look at what's happening in a lot of our communities and cultures even right now. B-Eazy, I want to welcome you to the platform, brother. Thank you so much for joining us. So and watching Sister Soldier go on Donahue and fight, you know, with men that look like her, and just all the awful things that she went through that led her to just give up the fight and just become an author, which she is a best-selling author. I mean, she's still done very well for herself, but just watch that sister fight against her own people. When you do that, you never get to the main thing, which is try to fight the thing that had been or have been oppressing us and have been having us to be treated like second-class citizens, because we too busy fighting each other. We can't get things done on a grander scale. Now, I know that we are not going to all agree on everything the same, but we don't even agree on the bottom line because we upset because they like purple and I like blue, or they like pink and I like red. Like it's always, well, I'm going over here and I'm gonna start my own thing. We don't realize that we are a people that has to have a bottom line to whether we agree on everything or not. I don't have to agree that my color is purple and yours is blue. I don't have to agree with that. But if I can agree that we say and have the same sentiment that we want freedom, we want equality, we want human rights for our people, then why can't that be the bigger picture, not the fact that I like purple and you like blue? And that's the problem with us, that we don't see beyond our emotions and feelings of when we disagree with each other. That's why the disrespect comes. That's why the discord comes. That's why, the self-hate on each other comes. That's why the jealousy, that's why the competition and all of that comes to play when it comes to us. It's because we can't focus on the bottom line because we're too busy fighting each other. So what say you, 100 Watts? Welcome to the platform. I am celebrating. Somebody let that in the background. I think that's you, 100 Watts. I am celebrating the life and the legacy. Today would have been Malcolm X's 95th birthday. Yesterday, Jim Brown passed away. And of course, just recently over the last couple of months, Harry Belafonte. So we're talking about the life and legacy of these three kings, and what it meant to the culture, the community, and our people. So if you have any opinion or views, or as to say, did any of these men make a difference in your life? Did all three of them? And in what way, shape, form, or fashion? What say you?
Hello, good evening. I hope I sound good. I don't sound crazy, do I?
You good, bro? You good?
All right, cool. All right, good evening, everybody. To answer your question, in terms of directly, there's definitely a generational gap. For me being born in the 90s and when these gentlemen were active, all right, there's definitely a huge gap there. So directly, not really. It's almost unfortunate for, I would say, somebody my age or younger when you refer to these gentlemen, because a lot of these people were used as monoliths for Black History Month in school, which pretty much watered down the power, the value of these men. Like Martin Luther King in particular. It's like every year in school, Black History Month, we all got to do a report. Everybody does Martin Luther King. Everybody does Malcolm X. You hear the same speeches every year. They're going over the same talking points every year. So it kind of like loses its value. Then you get Martin Luther King Day and Martin Luther King Boulevard in every Black neighborhood in the country. It's almost like they did everything they could to water down what these individuals did for it to mean anything to us after a certain amount of time.
Hey, 100 Watts. Let me just play this real quick, bro.
Whether he is guilty or whether he is innocent, whether he is well dressed or whether he is poorly dressed, whether he is educated or whether he is dumb, whether he's a Christian or whether he's a Muslim, as long as he is black and a member of the Negro community, the white public thinks that the white policeman is justified in going in there and trampling on that man's civil rights and on that man's human rights.
They won't play those quotes. Go ahead, 100 Watts.
No,
Yeah,
exactly. Like that's exactly it right there. Because they're like that. I've never heard that before, and I'm not gonna say that I'm the most studied individual, most well-read individual out there, because I'm really not. I'm one of those people that I care about what I care about. I put my interest in what I have my interest in, and once I'm bored with it, I move away from it. Right. So I'm not the most educated individual, but I've never heard that in my life. Never in my life. But and what OG Patrice was saying at the end of what she was talking about in terms of how we deal with each other as colored people, just as colored as a whole. We're talking about Black people, we're talking about Hispanic people, because me being of mixed race, I've seen both of those sides, and it's the same thing in both groups. Black people have a colorism thing where it's dark skin against light skin. Hispanics have the same thing where it's dark skin and light skin. It's all the same. I think we have this thing where we as Black people stop looking at our actions as human. I think we stop looking at our actions as human because the bullshit that we do to each other is not different in any other group. It's not unique. It's not strange. it just gets looked at differently. That's the only difference. Black people are the ones that make rap music's about, I'm pulling up on my op and I'm gonna hop out and pop, pop, pop. Like, there's black people that do that. It's country music. You don't hear a lot of that in country music, but what we're doing to ourselves and our groups and our community is not different than any other group. I just really do feel like if people would just focus more on fixing their shit than trying to project all that shit on everybody else, it would be less fighting. Like, I can't tell you that I'm better than you if I'm working on me. If I'm working on me and you working on you, we can meet in the middle and build from there. Like, that's
right.
I don't know if I'm going off.
No, I mean, I wish everybody had that mindset, right? And we could see some traction is where we can get somewhere. Frosty, thank you. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate you stopping through. I agree, 100 watts. Again, that is the problem why I have always felt like, to a certain extent, that we take, one step forward and then it'd be 2 steps back, right? So we keep doing that and we're going nowhere to a certain extent. Again, now I'm not saying all, because there are, like I said, some people around that truly is doing the work, but it's unfortunate that a lot of times their work gets overshadowed or put in the background, and the light is not shining on them deservingly so, because there are people doing good things in the community, like New Era Detroit, New Era, they starting a chapter in Atlanta, Adolf and the movement's trying to get reparations, things of that nature. I'm a part of that. Like, it is people literally are doing the work. For real. And like I said, though, we will never, I don't think ever, and I'll say in my lifetime, I'll see leaders like Malcolm X, Jim Brown, Harry Belafonte, and the likes anymore. Martin Luther King, James Baldwin. Like I said, they're not even letting, celebrities and athletes have that voice anymore, because at some point they started turning over and selling out for the bag. And that's when Malcolm X made that speech about don't listen to, these celebrity leaders, because they started talking, they start selling out too. They start selling out to the bag, selling out to the ideology of WS. Y'all know what WS stands for, right? That color white and then the other word, right? So again, or they either told you can't talk about this, you can't protest this, you can't march this, you can't speak on this because you become a liability. I'm telling y'all, I've been in the music industry for 30 years, and they literally have it in contracts of some of these people that cannot do that because you are, quote unquote, become a liability of risking your life of getting murdered, of getting deleted on the face of this earth, or they just try to set you up in general because they don't want you speaking about your own people and about how you want to see your culture and your people move forward.
No, they do want you speaking about your people. They don't want you speaking highly of your people, favorable of your people. If something goes wrong, they're like, here, Charles Barkley, you got anything negative to say? You know what I mean? If something is bad, that's when they really want you to say. But when it comes to liberation and holding another group accountable, then that's where all the bootstrap talk comes up. And that's why even Muhammad Ali spoke out passionately, but he wasn't holding himself as the superior thought leader. He was saying, look, I'm still deferring to these people for my knowledge. What they want now was saying, here, the celebrities and entertainers, these are your thought leaders. No, that's what they are. They're entertainers. They may have something intellectual to say, but they don't want them saying intellectual stuff. They want them saying influential stuff. Who's influence? Who's ever paying them? And if it's not a bunch of black people that's cashing their checks for millions of dollars, who is influencing them? Someone always has a battery in their back. If you look at these celebrities, a lot of times they all have like the same agent, same small little circle of non-black people that's pulling the strings for everybody, you know what I mean? So it's just like a lobbyist, right? If a lobbyist is paying X amount of dollars to a politician, do you think they're gonna care about your law for you protesting and marching in the street, or the person that's slid some ducats into their bank account? that they all, it's always about the money, but they don't want you to think about the money. So they'll deprive a community of money, disenfranchise them with money. And then when that community says, all right, well, cool, just give us some money and make it straight. Well, you don't need money. You just need more of Jesus. But when they came to rob your house, they left the Bible. They took your safe. They robbed your house. Why y'all didn't take the Bible? Isn't this the most sacred thing? But that's what they want to convince you. And this is where we get a little bit goofy when it comes to building. One person is an atheist. One person is agnostic. One person is a Muslim. One person is a Christian. And now all of that is a whole bunch of factions to separate us from building. If we are building a tower, why do I care if you believe in God or not? Because your belief in God that doesn't matter if you're able to hit a hammer and build this or unclog a toilet and stuff. We try to look for this stuff to separate, and then it will be, oh, this person's a Niner fan. Oh, this person wears Gucci. It's like now it just starts to get super minute. You know what I mean? Like so for I think somebody had an echo. Okay, cool. Yeah, but I'm about to land right now. But we look for the differences so that we don't have to build. Bruh, if you don't want to deal with the person that's an atheist, build what y'all got to build and then still separate. You can still collaborate and be separated. You do it at the work all the time. How many times you work, you be like, I can't stand this coworker. Yeah, but you didn't slap them. Y'all still got the job done. But now when it comes to the community building, you can't figure it out. If we come together and let's say we have a gang intervention program, I don't need you to believe in God for this program to be successful. You just need to believe in the cause. Now we get kids off the street and then your first thing is, yeah, but you don't believe in God though. Like that sounds pretty goofy. So I'll let y'all take it from there.
Anybody else want to say anything? And then I'm going to go around and do a round robin with the panel for final words. And then we're going to be ending the show. I want to thank you all for coming up and rocking with me. We got somebody else join with them three. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Salute to you, sir, and welcome to the panel. Do you have anything you want to add to the conversation before I do my round robin for final thoughts about these three legends, about their legacy and their life, and what inspiration and impact they had on you as a Black man in America? You got the floor, sir.
Thank you, OGPatrice, and salute everyone that's here. I'm going to mostly just speak on Malcolm X because, I mean, when it comes down to history, I'm not very keen like in the rest of the guys, but I do want to say this. Just like the thought of his man, how I'm gonna say this on YouTube? I'll just say on his deletion, planned deletion, unfortunately. And the way how he passed, the way how Martin Luther King Jr. passed, and some of the other people who helped led to stronger foundational Black folks, it's no wonder why a lot of folks now these days, they don't want to step up to lead. I think the problem is there's so much fear in the new age of the community. People just feel what's the point, and I'm not just saying this to give up on hope or anything. I believe that our people can, I know this for a fact that our people are definitely powerful when we do come together. But because there's so many distractions is pretty much the number one tool right now that keeps us from building. Because we're doing modern day segregation. We're segregating ourselves from, the colored shirts that we're wearing. We're segregating ourselves from not only but the color of our skin, but classism. I mean, the list could definitely go on. And sometimes it's getting to a point where it does get kind of goofy. We segregate ourselves when it comes to social media. hey, yo, you're a YouTuber, but I'm a Twitch person. You know, there's so many like just new ways to try to find some type of division. You know what I mean? Even like when, you know, the Michael B. Jordan situation from probably a month ago, when there was like a revolution like with the corny folks versus, I guess, the non-corny folks. The point is, what I'm just trying to say is that we're living in a world that anybody could just say something to push us back even further. And I think that when we actually like wake up and stop like, you know, dissing our own peoples for dumb stuff, then we could actually be more productive. Just think about it like this. Everyone has a gift. You know what I mean? Everyone has a talent and a skill. And if we put that talent and skill into use, we could definitely build something really fast. You know what I mean? We could definitely build something that's even greater. But nobody don't want to come together and do that. So the question is, like, is it laziness? Is it probably like distrust? Or we just feel, or we're socially or mentally programmed that the old saying, white is right. So let's go ahead and turn to, you know, the colonizer or the oppressor or whatever, so we could get our job done. And I feel like we're mentally like screwed up and rely on them so much that we need to start like become our own government for our own people again. So, I mean, there's a lot of things I could definitely say, but I'll just kind of like leave it like that.
Right, and I agree. I respect what you're saying about, you know, Brother Malcolm X, who definitely stand for, all three of them standing for Black empowerment. But I know that Malcolm X had a mentality and a perseverance and a dedication to want to be. He didn't mind being separate but equal, right? Like he didn't mind us building our own and doing for self and things of that nature. And I even like that has been Minister Louis Farrakhan's stance as well. So whatever that looks like for the people that want to get on that boat, that's cool. And the people that don't, that's still cool. But does it mean because the people that don't should not have a bottom line to rock for our people and our culture and our community just because they don't want to do the separate but equal thing? Again, that's where, like you said, the discord comes in with because we don't agree on everything. Now I can't be down with you. I can't rock with you. I can't whatever. That has been our biggest downfall, I would say, in this. And I want to salute and say welcome to Girl Long. Thank you so much for stopping in. If you want to come in right quick and speak a piece, you can do so. I'm going to be giving a round robin for last final thoughts. So if you want to come in and have anything to say, you're welcome to come and join the panel now on these three kings that we are celebrating their life and legacy. Today, Malcolm X would have been 95 years old today, guys. Could y'all even imagine? I think about, I don't know if you guys do, you guys are a lot younger than me, but I know for me, I think about how things would have been different had they still lived a little longer, right? Even though Harry Belafonte and Jim Brown lived a long life, but they lived a life and they really wanted to pass the torch to the younger generation, right? So now when I think about the young, conscious generation of people that I think would have been an awesome leader in our community and culture, I think about Tupac. I think about what's his name, Nipsey Hussle. I think about those younger generation that this torch absolutely was being passed on to, and they had taken the mantle up. And then look what happened to them at a young age. They both were in their 20s, mid to late 20s or something. Look what happened to them. So I think that has put I think every time things like that happen to our people, it dims the light on us a little bit, and it makes us lose a little more hope as far as can we really have leaders to step up again and be so bold and be able to live to actually see things get done in real time. What are y'all opinions on the two people that I just named just off the top of my head when I think about being from the older generation and passing the torch? Like you said, neither one of these two young men were perfect. Neither one of our leaders of old were perfect, right? We have to stop thinking that these people gotta be perfect, because we all come with flaws. We all come with passes. We all have made mistakes. Mostly all those leaders from my time have went to jail for something. Malcolm X was a pimp back in the day. He was a slickster, you know, that did. But I genuinely believe in the fact that he was a reformed person. His actions, you know, moving forward showed that, because he didn't still exuberate the person that he was when he went in prison. He was no longer that person. When he started studying in prison and came out, he was a different person. So I do believe in second chances, and people really can change. I believe that he genuinely 100% did change, because he did not exude that same criminal mindset that he did. So when I look at the struggles that Pac had, you know, mother was a Black Panther, so he grew up in the movement. Stepfather was a Black Panther, he was conscious. When I think about him, even though, you know, he was trying to lead the life, I believe, of that thug life that he had so tattooed on him, but it was a certain mindset that he had as a conscious person of still realizing that being from the hood and that his people still needed help in the hood. I believe he would have been that leader and that spokesperson for people like him that come from that, right? And when same with Nipsey Hussle. So what is y'all opinion on that? I believe that in their growth and in their maturity, they could have been great leaders for the now time. And I want to welcome Daryl Long to the platform. We are talking about the life and legacy of Malcolm X, Jim Brown, and Harry Belafonte. If you want to speak on any three or all three of these men, what they mean to you, their legacy in their life, has it changed and impacted your life in any way, you have the floor, young man.
Well, thank you for having me, guys. First of all, welcome. Welcome myself. And how you doing, M3 and B-Eazy and Lady?
What's up, Daryl?
Kamala, 100 watts and 84. I agree with OGPatrice. I think the next wave of revolutionaries, they end up being taken out at a very young age. Brother Malcolm X was very influential in leading the whole, I want to say, the social impact of Black power, and I don't want to use this word on your platform, but I gotta say it, Black superiority. Black superiority is something I think Malcolm X represented better than anybody else, including Dr. Martin Luther King, because he was all about literally nobody else but Black people. He didn't want to integrate. He wanted Black people to have their own businesses, to control their own societies. So I love Malcolm X. On this day where he would have been 98 years old, I believe. 95. I think it's a blessing to celebrate his life, especially somebody who grew up in my area, in my state of Michigan, and ended up really having the impact that he had. A lot of young Black men today don't even really understand Malcolm's legacy from being a pimp, as we know him in Detroit, as Detroit Red, a known pimp. I mean, he was one of the few Black men that had, white girls. I mean, on the stroll, it was nobody like him at the time. But then to completely switch and understand the era of his ways, and to go under the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to not only that, but become he was a public speaker for the Nation of Islam, and that's why he ended up becoming more popular than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad with the people, because of how he spoke. Not only that, he was a family man. Not to throw shame on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but his indiscretions is what caused him a lot of backfire, while Malcolm was very true to Allah, very true to the Islamic culture in general. And you can tell by his trip to Mecca and his return from Mecca, even how that impacted him and how he wanted to dedicate his life further to Allah. And he started to realize some of the error of his ways, specifically the Nation of Islam teachings about being separate from white and black, because he went to Mecca and he met white Muslims that didn't care about him being black or African American or a slave. They wanted him to be prosperous like any other child of Allah. So that's when I think about Malcolm X in totality. I do think about the future people like Fred Hampton that looked up to him, and they came right afterwards, like literally right after he died.
Yeah, Fred Hampton, Khalid Muhammad, there's so many of those gentlemen that came up. But as I spoke on Pac and Nipsey, what are y'all opinion on that? I'm gonna do a round robin with y'all. I'm gonna start with you, KMA. What do you think? I know you in Africa, and just what young leaders are over there that kind of put you in the mindset if there aren't any over in Africa now? And what is your opinion on the growth that I was really starting to see with Pac and with Nipsey, especially Nipsey? Pac was still struggling with a lot of things, but I believe when he was getting ready to leave Death Row and do his own thing, unfortunately, that's when his demise happened in Las Vegas. But I genuinely believe that he was like toiling and struggling with knowing that he was born to be a leader. You know, he was born to be a leader in his community and for the culture. So he spoke of it every chance he could get. So I'm gonna start with you, KM. What is your opinion on what I said about Pac and Nipsey?
One thing, I can speak on the whole of Africa when I say Tupac is absolutely loved in Africa. He's especially, I think he paved the way for a lot of different people out here and a lot of different sounds, you know, because of social media and the internet, people are now getting exposed to what African rap, hip hop sounds like, and you know how they are those revolutionaries. I like to call them the pen revolutionaries. You know, the revolutionaries over the mic in a different type of scenery. But he was someone that influenced me as well. That I fell in love with hip hop because of listening to some of his flows, you know, and some of the things that he had to say. Despite all the cursing and the swearing and stuff like that I wasn't allowed to listen to, I had to secretly listen to because I came from a very strict, you know, Pentecostal household. But he paved the way of how a lot of us thought, and how a lot of people spoke, and, you know, from his old stuff all the way to his newer stuff before he's passing. The same with Nipsey. Nipsey played a big role out here in Africa as well when it came to his sound, as well as the stuff that he did on with his community, you know. And I don't think people also understood that. But when it comes to our revolutionaries and the people that have been trying to do things in Africa, the same thing applies with ours as well. When they starting to say something worth saying, when they start doing things that are worth doing, building up communities and talking about empowerment when it comes to youth and all these nice things, they also cut down at the knees. You know, we had, and I'm going to talk about the most recent, where one was, one was Tlata Lux. He was arrested because of his views on the corrupt government. That there's no secret that South Africa has a corrupt government. There's no secret. Our ex-president is in court because of corruption. But then again, You know, he went out and he started speaking on this. That's black people speaking against black people, not black people speaking against white people. As black people speaking against black people and saying, let's not do what white people did to our own people. Why do we want to oppress our own people? And the moment he started doing that, he started getting more aggressive with it, and they saw that people are on board with what he has to say. And he was cut short. You know, he was arrested. He was arrested, and it was very disgustingly done. He was in an interview, a radio interview, and they were waiting outside with multiple police cars. You'd swear he was an assassin. You would swear. We have drug lords and drug houses around the corner, but I've never ever seen them do that at a drug house around the corner that's been running for a few years. But they did it for one young man that went on a mic and said, you know what, we're not going to be oppressed. Yes, you look like me, but you're not doing anything for our communities. You know, so that was one person, as well as we have Jason McKenzie. I don't get involved too much in politics, but he could just be the next president of South Africa because of his views. But then again, he also has a past. You know, he comes from a gangster, and he says it openly. He says, I was a gangster. I was arrested. You know, I robbed, I stole. He is so brutally honest about where he comes from. But then when you listen to what he has to say now that he's in politics, he's genuine in the sense of you can hear this man has picked up a lot of intellect along the way. He is highly intelligent. He knows how to maneuver his way around high, big profile politicians. He's a businessman. I mean, he proved his worth to us by being the mayor of the Central Karoo and saying we're going to go off grid and we're not even going to use ESCOM, which is our electricity providers, as a provider because we suffer with rolling blackouts, right? So he went fully off grid and he said we're going to use solar power. So he also put the biggest target on his back because of that. You know, there was a lot of orchestrated things that were done against him. It's fortunately that here in Africa, they can't just take him out that easily because there's a lot of uprising that will happen. There's a lot of problems that will occur if that has to happen. But I think on our side of the world, it's always us fighting each other. It's being messed over by each other. It's black against black. It's corruption within black communities. So it's not, and I feel like the old apartheid regime government is standing back and having a good laugh at us. They're having a really good laugh at us right now. Like, look at these idiots, you know, against themselves. But I mean, we hope that things will be better. I hope that things will, I'm still that person that's hopeful for my economy, that's hopeful for my government. I still feel like Africa don't need to trade with any outside countries. That's nothing against the UK, the US, but I feel like Africa needs to heal within itself.
Well, America does too. And, you know, and the same thing is happening over here with us, you know, the inbreeding, the infighting, the in everything. So I appreciate your perspective on that. I'm going to move the needle. Y'all, we got to try to keep the comments down to as short as possible because now we got 8 people on the platform, and I want to welcome my sis, Queen Forever 2K. How you doing, sis?
I'm good. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good to be seen. It's good to see you too. So yeah, I don't know how much of the conversation if you've heard, but we're talking about the life and legacy of Malcolm X. Today would have been his 98th birthday. I do stand corrected, Darrell, you were right. And Jim Brown, who just passed away yesterday, the NFL legacy, the political activist / actor, and Harry Belafonte, the entertainer / activist as well. So in your opinion, my question was, if these 3 men have impacted your life with their life and legacy in any way, I want you to speak on that as well as speak on what I said about Nipsey Hussle and Pac. Had they lived, I believe they could have been 2 revolutionaries to the culture had they life not have taken an untimely demise. And what's your opinion and views on that?
Well, I'll just answer the first part right now. And I think that just what they stood for, fighting, standing up, being active. It doesn't matter if I directly knew them or knew of what they did. It's just the fact that I'm Black. I benefited from it. I think I heard someone talking about like how, growing up, everyone did Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or Harriet Tubman for school projects. And I think, I was always taught different things. So it's like, I showed up to school projects with a hot comb and was like, Madam C.J. Walker gave y'all the present curl because some of y'all be out here looking bumpy and nappy if it wasn't for her. So, that was my school project. But anyway, because my parents really believed in teaching us about other people versus just a typical norm. So I just think, it doesn't matter, what age you are. If you're Black, you benefited from them. And I think it's unfortunate that we have to teach ourselves, because it wasn't something that was celebrated in school, So in order to learn really where you come from, you have to really go after it yourself. And that's unfortunate. So, but I wanted to answer the second part, in a minute. So if you can come back to me with that.
Oh yeah, sure, about the Pac and the Nipsey, absolutely. And thank you. I appreciate your comments and views on their life and legacy. And like you said, you may not know as much as you probably should know about these three gentlemen, but and I think you said something so prominent, is that a part of their fight changed their life and you benefited for that in some shape, form, or fashion, whether it be directly or indirectly. And that's what I think is missing in a lot of the younger generation, is realizing that sometimes we take for granted, the freedoms and the different things that we do have, not realizing that we stand on the shoulders of these people that fought for those very said things, right? So I'm going to move the needle on. 100 watts, you go ahead and rock out. So what's your opinion or view on what I said about Pac and Nipsey?
In terms of Pac and Nipsey, I think that those are two gentlemen that kind of displayed what it was that I was thinking about in terms of just worrying about what you can worry about. Because I feel like Nipsey had an understanding of who it is that he was talking to. He wasn't trying to reach people that didn't understand the message that he was trying to push. He was worried about those that understood his lifestyle, that understood where he came from, and that was his focus. Now, what ends up happening for somebody like Nip is there are people outside of who you're talking to that starts to see that value, that starts to see, oh shit, he actually affects people around him. So now those people that are outside of who you're talking to, hey, how about you come over here and you do a speech for us too? Hey, come over here. We got people over here that want to. So now it starts to blow up bigger than what it is. Then it starts getting diluted and all these other kinds of things. Unfortunately, we did lose Pac early, but I feel like a lot of these people that were mentioned, we did lose them early, but they weren't alive long enough to become villains. Especially now with the way social media works, Malcolm X would not be Malcolm X if Twitter was around then. Tupac would not be able to get to the heights of where he got to if Instagram was around then. I believe that it would not have gone the way that I don't think it would have ended the way it started for these people if they were around long enough. Now, somebody like Jim Brown, who did get to live a long life, he was around for a long time. But if we're going to be honest, he wasn't as prominent or as in front of things as he was when he was an athlete. Now, that can be for multiple reasons. We can get to the specifics of why later, but he just wasn't around and wasn't as present at the end of it as he was in the beginning. So then again, his power started diminishing and dwindling. I do think that what we have to do is, like I said earlier, just focus on what you can focus on, because humans are going to do human shit. Because if we're going to continue trying to separate ourselves and just, no, it needs to be Black-owned businesses and only this, and we need to be in our own communities and govern ourselves, I promise you, we're going to find a way to tribalize ourselves. It's going to be, again, light skin versus dark skin. It's going to be tall Black people versus short Black people, athletic Black people versus non-athletic Black people, hood niggas versus non-hood niggas. Humans are going to find a way to tribalize. So what we have to do is just focus on what you can control, because a doctor can't tell a cook how to cook his steak. A cook can't tell a doctor how to do heart surgery. Like, just focus on what you got and make that work, and those around you will start to put their hands in, and everybody else will provide a value for everyone around them, as long as you're focused on what you can control. Because I will never in my life tell D what to do with his family and his kids, and I don't expect him to be trying to tell me what to do with mine. Because I respect him as a man and as a father, and I understand he's trying to control what he can control. And I feel like he understands that I'm trying to control what I can control. And at some point we might cross paths, and he might have something going and I might have something going, and we can meet in the middle and make magic happen and go back our ways and make it happen separately back where we came from. But that's
I appreciate that perspective, and that is a different perspective that, you know, I can see definitely some great talking points in what you're saying, and in agreement with some of what you're saying. And that's the unique thing that I like about everybody that may have a different way or a different opinion, but still have the same bottom line, right? And I want to welcome Beauty by Christy, and I think that was 6 Bar. Thank you, beautiful queens. I appreciate you joining and rocking with us in the chat. Salute, salute. So we're gonna go to B-Eazy Dat Dude. Same question and sentiment, young man. What is your opinion and view on what I said about Pac and Nip?
I mean, when it comes to Pac and Nipsey Hussle, I do kind of, for the era that they were in, I think that they did a lot. But now with this extra kind of pseudo cancel culture where everybody wants to nitpick, I don't know. Could they have really been those leaders? Would people really have let them truly flourish in the positions that they needed to be in? Or would they have been like someone like Harry Belafonte or Jim Brown, would that have the credentials but turned out to be non-threatening to the established order? Because that's ultimately what matters, right? They look for people who's a threat and say, hey, look, this person could actually buck the system and actually implement change that we don't want. So we need to take them out. If we can't take them out physically, we need to discredit them. So I don't know if they would have survived the onslaught of things, because, you know, now with all of this feminist movement, and they would have been taking Pac's lyrics and manipulating them. Even with Nipsey Hussle, it was the government, i.e. LAPD, which is anyone just type in LAPD and racist gangs. This is not just me babbling. They would constantly be going down there, because I know some people say Nipsey was lacking. The reason why he didn't have any weaponry is because they would be going down there hoping that they can find him. Oh, look, he is a gang leader. You know what I mean? So he is saying, no, don't have any of that stuff around me. You know, and the non-black residents was definitely trying to get him to sell his property so they can gentrify the area. They didn't want they felt like his type of business was out of place for what they wanted in that area. He owned property in a very well established area, part of LA, you know, so all of these are factors. And like KMA was saying it, I say this all the time. These people know who the gang leaders is. RIP to Jordan Neely, but they said he had been stopped a bunch of times. So they already knew who he was. They knew what type of help he needed. They just didn't care. And then when something tragic happens, then they try to, oh, well, that's just how it was, or it's just part of the culture. They know who the major players is that's terrorizing the community. and they let them out there to terrorize so they can have. They don't want to fix the problem, because if it fixed the problem, then everything would be safe. They won't be getting their overtime. They won't be getting the extra funding, which they continue to buy militarized weaponry. They need that problem to persist. They need the gang violence and the ops to persist. If they're looking at this dude and know that he's extra violent, you mean to tell me that y'all got the inkling to take out somebody like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, but you don't want to take out a dude? Hey, if a dude has already been responsible for drive-bys and deleting kids and raping girls, get him up out of here. They know who those dudes are, but somehow those dudes make it to trial, get long, lengthy sentences. But all of the people that's on some Black empowerment liberation stuff, they just conveniently get assassinated. And even if it's by another Black person, don't think that the other people didn't have their hand into it. So FBI had their hand all over Malcolm X assassination. They clearly did it with Fred Hampton. They clearly did it, but all you want to say is, oh, it was the NOI. The NOI and collaborating with who? Right? So you're just gonna let the collaborators off the hook? Because if when they book you for a RICO, they're not letting anybody off the hook. They're saying everybody that was involved, but suddenly we only want to be like, look at the Black dudes that did it. Cool, they should be held accountable. But why should the FBI and these other organized institutions that's supposed to be on a moral high ground superior than you? You know, so I just don't think that they would have allowed them to get to the level of leadership that they needed. And sometimes we buy into the stuff hook, line, and sinker. And this is the last thing that I'm gonna say. Whether, because, you know, I come from, you know, a background and, you know, let's say a nefarious lifestyle that I have lived. So when cats is looking at Malcolm X and saying, hey, he was a pimp, Detroit Red, you looking at Ice Cube was out there thugging and etc. But you want to try to reduce these men down, you reduce their accomplishments down to some behavior that they may no longer engage in. But then you're also listening to that music all the time. If pimps are that bad, why you keep listening to songs that keep talking about pimping women? If gangsters are so bad, why you keep listening to music? So it's cool for you to listen to. It's cool for you to act like you a gangster or a pimp on the ground, but it's not cool for an actual pimp to change his life? Does that make any sense? It really doesn't. You faking to be a pimp. I actually was, and then I changed my life, and you said, no, I gotta discredit you. But you shouldn't be discredited for faking to make it on the ground. Like, when you start breaking this down, this logic is very basic and rudimentary that even like a 5-year-old could just dismantle. So don't glorify certain levels of debauchery and depravity in one hand, but then when people hold that up as something you should respect, now you want to tear it down. If you ain't respecting it now, why are you even respecting it to begin with? You know what I mean? And most of the politicians is doing the same thing. When you looking at pimp, all the politicians is doing is pimping you. They here donate to my campaign, even though I'm a millionaire. And then they using your money to live a lavish type of lifestyle. How is that not pimping? They tell you to go vote for the Democrats, and yes, daddy, you do whatever they want. You getting pimped by the government and you have no issue. But then when an actual pimp say, hey, here, let me do something, or an actual gangster, it's some cast that's out there that's like, look, I used to do this and I'm changing my life. Or some cast, they used to do that and, you know, they went a different course. All I'm saying is, don't glorify it on one hand and demonize it in another hand, because the politicians, the pastors, OG Patrice, you know, them pastors is worse than pimps, right? So at least
I call them poverty pimps. That's what they are, poverty pimps and pool pit pimps.
Yeah,
okay.
So I'll land right there.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate your perspective. I agree with a lot of your talking points, man. It's the hypocrisy of that, right? For me, right? So you laid it out perfectly when you're doing comparison of the different forms and type of pimping, right? Because we all know it's on both sides of the spectrum. All right, Mr. Darrell Long, same question to you. What, in your opinion, you feel would type of influence Pac and Nipsey would have had on the younger generation, seeing that torch was being passed down to them, whether they was willingly to take it or unwillingly? I think Nip was kind of willingly. I think Pac was fighting it in a way, but I think he knew that it was destined for him to be a leader in the community. But I think that he knew that he wouldn't live long, because I heard him say that a couple of times in interviews, that he didn't expect to live a long life. So in your opinion on those two young men, Pac and Nipsey, sir?
For me, I'm gonna start with Tupac. So because I'm a real Tupac like fanatic. I know all the tattoos he have. I know about his parentage and how he was very basically he was born into the system. His mother, Afeni Shakur, was a part of the New York 21 Black Panthers that was arrested, where she stood trial by herself, won her trial by herself while she was pregnant with Tupac Amaru Shakur. So he would grow up to be influenced by Mutulu Shakur, Angela Davis, other Black Panthers, other freedom fighters that he was actually heavily influenced by. They basically raised him as a young boy. With that being said, growing up in New York, growing up in poverty, living in Baltimore, going to Marin City, I think Tupac established more for the community than Nipsey had a chance to do, because he was just so focused on that. I remember reading about the 1992 Blood and Crip truce that Tupac orchestrated in California, where he was secretly working with the Blood and Crips, and they came together and they tied their flags together. I was only 2 years old at that time, so I really don't have no recollection, like no memory of it, but there is footage of it.
Yeah.
And I think that was a beautiful thing for him to attempt to do. I remember him creating Thug Life, the hate you give little F's everybody, where he created a list of different things that he wanted the gangs to live by. He had the 50 N-word tattoo because he wanted a representative from every state in the United States of Michigan to basically control their state. And it basically like a black governor almost, which is another reason why I believe they took him out, because of these radical political ideas. Ultimately, I think that he was devoted to black people. Even when the music became a problem with the East and West war, he tried to do the One Nation thing about 6 or 7 months before he died. And obviously he died, I think, about 8 or 9 months after his release from Rikers Island, and he got signed to death row. But I think Tupac had a very, very, very big impact, because his music also had a bigger impact. And this is where I'm going to land it with Tupac. When he made songs like Changes and Dear Mama, those songs, like, people don't make songs like that no more, honoring black mothers and honoring the changes that it really take for black people to be like Malcolm X. Those changes really made him who he was. And I think that it was great. The Pope decided to honor Tupac and list that song as one of the top inspirational songs of all time. When it comes to Armés Ashadon or Nipsey Hussle, I think his life was too cut short. On the East Coast, we knew him to be like the new Snoop Dogg almost, right? That's kind of like what he was dying here on the East Coast until he dropped Victory Lap. I think that was a project that put him on the national scale, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. He passed away right afterwards, and even though he talked about ownership, he talked about black pride and really African pride, because he knew where he was from. I think he was Ethiopian.
Eritrean.
Yeah. The same as Tiffany Haddish. That's her African ancestry too.
My favorite thing I would say about Nipsey is he started a project where black ownership was basically I want to call it like a venture capitalist firm, but I'm not sure if we should call it that. But he started a firm where they was basically donating money to Black-owned businesses, like Black startups, and in the California area. So I think he had a lot of things he was trying to do. In his neighborhood, though, I would say his impact was great. They call him Neighborhood Nip. There's a documentary of him like hiring people off the streets. So in his neighborhood, I think that he was great. And I think if we had more people that was doing stuff in neighborhoods, we would have a better society. But I think Tupac had a greater impact on my life than Nipsey did, looking back at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would agree with what you said, definitely, about Pac. Came before Nipsey, so he definitely had a longer impact and a greater impact. I think definitely the songs when he first came out, when I look at, like you said, That's Just the Way It Is, Dear Mama, Brenda's Got a Baby, he talked about real life things, real stuff that we were going through, right, as a community, as a culture, as a people. And like you said, he was born into this, right? That was his mark. That was his DNA. I believe that activism and the love for his people was in his very DNA. Even in his mother's womb, when she was locked up with him, gave birth to him during that time. She would cry when she was pregnant for him. Like he said, beat her. She's our own attorney. And she beat her case. Things of that nature. Like it was embedded. That greatness of that activism was embedded in his very DNA. With his very existence of being in his mother's womb and being around and growing up around those people that you mentioned in the movement with his mom when he was little. So it definitely had an impact. I definitely believe that I agree with you. Nipsey's life was cut way too short. We were just beginning to see the tip of the iceberg of the great things that young man was doing. And he was definitely prolific and profound about Black ownership and owning your own. I remember seeing a video of him on YouTube where he was a little young boy speaking about how he was gonna own that block that he grew up on. He was very young, and somebody was interviewing him. You know, he was rapping there, but he wasn't known. You know, he just was one of them kids around the hood that came up and said, one day I'm gonna own all this. I'm gonna own this whole block. And he actually did that. So the vision and the revolutionary, even that he had far beyond his years, I do believe him and Pac was definitely ahead of their time, but also right on time for the culture, but also taken away way too soon, before you could really see the greatness that they really could have done. I believe they could have genuinely made a difference for the younger generation coming up for the culture. Tupac with the Gen X coming up in that Gen X area, and then Nipsey coming up in the millennial area would have definitely made a heavy impact. I believe that a great shift would have happened in music and culture. I believe they would have gotten back to the type of rap that brought unity and togetherness in our culture and community. And for our people, I genuinely do believe that Pac would have got back on that. I do. And Nipsey pretty much as well. So with
I
that
did
being
leave
said,
one assertion. I want to assert that one thing that Nipsey did that Pac didn't do is I think Nipsey had the greatest political song of all in like hip hop eras. And the F Donald Trump song, I think that song was highly impactful. Like genuinely, It was highly impactful.
Absolutely.
And it was unifying as far as bringing Blacks and Mexicans together specifically.
I agree. You know, the voices of the young, the voices of people like Pac and Nipsey, where they genuinely were taking up the mantle, even though they had their own struggles with other things, that they genuinely were taking up the mantle, I believe would have definitely changed the culture and to what we see today with a lot of the rap that's out, even on the female side, on the male side, because the male female the male rappers are the one that set the tone, basically. They always have when it came to hip, right? It was always male dominant, and they always changed the tone with whatever it is that they did, and the women kind of followed along behind. So when the culture changed from the gangster rap, then the women started coming with the sexually explicit stuff, right? So I just want to say that. But Queen, you can go ahead if you're ready to give your opinion, your take on what I said about Pac and Nips. Is that Queen Hanifa trying to come up on the panel?
It's me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very fine. How are you? Thank you for joining.
I am well. How is everyone doing? It's good to see everyone. I am well.
Good to see you, Lady Hanifa.
Good to
Peace,
be seen.
Tyrell, peace. Huh?
I said it's good to be seen, sis.
Yeah, I was listening. I just wanted to jump on because you were saying so. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I jump the line? Was somebody saying something?
Yeah, I was going to let Queen speak, and then you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, go ahead, Queen. My apologies.
Thank you. Queen, you there?
Yeah. I don't really. I don't know. I never really listened to Tupac or Nipsey, so I don't know what kind of impact they made. I can't get past sometimes, one minute you singing uplifting me and next minute you saying, I get around and bitch this and whole, so I don't know. I can't get past that. I'm sorry. Either you fly with one or you flow with the other. Pick a choice. But I do believe that there are a lot of young people out here today that would really make their ancestors proud, like Harry Belafonte. And I mean, it's like 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, water crisis. Mary Copany, 8-year-old Flint water crisis. Vanessa Nakati, climate change. 9-year-old boy who fought to keep the schools in Chicago open because Sean Johnson, they were closing schools. Anaya Dillard, I spoke about her. Marley Diaz, she fight literacy and has a lot of black books where black girls are the stars in it. So there's a lot of kids that are really making a change. So I think they would be really proud. And I think it's also what you foster into them. Not every, we glorify what's embedded in us. And, I'm very grateful that there are parents who are glorifying other things besides Cardi B and TikTok and Beyonce and City Girl. So, yeah.
Exactly. And I will say too, I understand your point about the rap. Like I said, it moved from one thing to another because if you were familiar with Pac, he did not start out that way. He did not start his rap out disrespecting women and talking gangster this and that. Like his Dear Mama, that was a tribute to his mother. And the words that were so prolific for me is that he said, telling his mother, even when you were a crack fiend, you still was a black queen. Or when you talk about
even before that, OG Patrice, not to just interject, Tupacalypse Now, his first hit song was about the young lady who had to throw her baby. Brenda's got a baby. And his second hit off that album, that was his first album, was Panther Power, which was basically a tribute to his mother and father.
Absolutely.
And the Black Panthers.
Like I said, that's just, that's me. I think if I put the time and effort, I could get past it. Sometimes that part of it is too much. It's too much for me because we have enough. We tear ourselves down so much that I can't handle it. Like there's so much more to rap about, man. Like I don't know. I'm still on. My sisters listen to Queen Latifah. Who you calling to be?
Yeah.
You're
exactly.
not
And
so,
unity. And unity. and ladies first and all of that stuff. I do. But again,
I do believe that sometimes I think what happens is that a lot of people can't get past that part of it, like myself, so they can't really see the impact they are making in other ways because they can't get past that. So I will acknowledge my ignorance in that part.
Right,
but
but
you know, I do believe that he did a lot, you know, but I wish that, you know, people don't you know, like, you don't have to be that to make it. Like, you don't have to fit that one mold, you know, where all rappers think they gotta fit in, you know. I mean,
and believe me, Queen, when I tell you, and the reason why I say this is because I know factually that, you know, when the rap changed, you know, from conscious rap and unity rap to gangster rap, it wasn't due to the fact that these artists wanted to do that themselves. It was kind of like they all come from a poor, you know, impoverished community. They wanted a better life. They wanted better for their mothers, their family, their children. And they sold into, you know, what the music executives told them that they had to change and flip the script. Believe me, I know firsthand, being in some of those movies when it was talked about, that you can no longer talk about the positive side of being Black, and respecting Black women and things of that nature. You know, the gangster rap is a new thing. These were the fact that they were forced, I would say, kind of hands forced to do it. If you could do this or you could go poor, you know, and they wanted a better life, and they did buy into that, unfortunately. But it was the ideas of the music exec in the industry that actually flipped that script. And I would love to see you take the power back and flip it back, because it was not always that way. Like I said, if you hear like one of Pac's songs where he talk about, you know, having so much respect for Black women, how can we, you know, kill, rape? Sorry, I gotta think myself. You know, murder and rape our Black women. You know, these are Black women that, you know, why we hate them, and why we, you know, when they give life, when we give life, the very life. I forget the song that he's rapping and saying those words in. Believe me. Yes, keep your head up. One of my favorites. You know, we say, why do we take from our women? Why we rape our women? Why we this? And like you said, we supposed to love and all this. That's what his stance on how he felt about women in general. And so to go from that to the gangster, trust me, it was not the idea of these rappers themselves. It was the influence and the forcing of the music execs in the industry that literally told them they gotta do this or else. They could stay toe in the hood and be a neighborhood rapper. You know, from your Biggie to your you know, to your Ox, to your what's the group, one of my favorite, Bone Thugs and Harmony. That's, you know, NWA, all of them. They all bought into it, unfortunately. So that's why I can kind of have a little bit of empathy for that, because I know what happened firsthand when that switch came. So if you
talk about Tupac and with Janet Jackson also in Poetic Justice, that movie is something that Nipsey never got a chance to do. We got a chance to see Tupac and Juice and be a crazy young man, but we also got a chance to see him be a parent, a father, a lover, a protector of a Black woman. And I mean, it was Janet Jackson as his co-host. Just to interject, I apologize.
Yeah, and I never heard of Nipsey Hussle until he passed. You know,
oh wow.
Yeah, I don't listen to that kind of, you know, I just don't listen to that music.
Yeah.
And, but you know, the impact he made in his community, you know, some people say, oh, it wasn't good, but he tried, you know, and now that he passed, unfortunately, the only song I know that I hear and I actually like is Last Time That I Checked, you know. So that's the only song I know of his.
Okay, all right.
And I just want to be, I just want to add too, because outside of the music, he had created Destination Crenshaws, a museum honoring artistic achievements by African Americans, and he also had a co-working space in South Central called Vector 90, which provided a place for youth to take classes in science, basically STEM stuff.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Never knew that. Never knew that.
Yeah, because they only put out his music, but you know, yeah. So that's people got to dig a little bit deeper, you know, because some of these entertainers.
But even that, like us as individuals who know that, we have to put that out. Like I love how you know, Mr. Best Intellectual SoapBox did Black is Gold. You know, like just highlighting, you know, even if it is a little blurb, it's something versus what's the normal thing we talk about on YouTube. Like I had some they were like deck cards, but they were all about different inventors and black leaders I've never heard of, you know. And so I would just take them, and you know, when I had a client who had a kid, I would just give it to the kids and let them read it, and I didn't know about this person, or you know. So just we have to self-educate ourselves, because they're not going to do it for us.
I told my grandkids, I want you to know about Malcolm X and the Harry Belafontes, the Jane Baldwins, the Jim Browns, just the same way I knew about Tupac and Nipsey Hussle. Like, it's the same thing. I had to learn who the younger generation, these torches were getting past to. So I wanted my grandkids to know about the ones whose shoulders I stood on. So I am going to give. And then you can do, hold on, OG Patrice, and then you do the two-step too. Last time that I checked, okay? Right. I'm going to do a two-step to that, okay? Exactly, right. But now I'm gonna give the floor and the panel platform to Sister Hanifa. I don't know how much you've heard, but today we are talking about the life and legacy of Malcolm X, who would have been 98 today. The life and legacy of Jim Brown, who passed away yesterday, and the life and legacy of Harry Belafonte, who passed away about a month ago. So, and also my question on your thoughts and opinion and views on Pac and Nipsey. So in your own words, if you know or are familiar of any of these legendary figures that we are speaking on this platform, please do so. Express your opinion and views on any or all of it.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't know a lot about Nipsey. I just know about him, right? I can tell that he was a loved brother, right? Which is always good to see. Our people loving on each other and finding what's precious and what's sacred and what's good about us to celebrate. Because as I was listening to the conversation, I'm just like, yo, listen, we're multifaceted beings. We are never just one thing. You know what I'm saying? If you catch me in a certain setting, I'm calm, collected, holding a corner somewhere. If you catch me in a different setting, I might be laughing. I might be acting the fool. Like, you know, it depends on who I'm around. If I'm around my family, I'm a totally different person. You probably won't understand what I'm saying if you're sitting in the presence of me and my family, right? So we don't show up the same all the time, right? And therefore, what we bring to the table is not going to always be the same, right? So as I was listening to the conversation, and I am aware of Tupac, of course I am, right? When I was listening to the conversation, though, what came to me, and that's why I came up, is that impact is impact. Here's the thing. You can have someone, because when we talk about impact, we're always focused on the negative, but we don't understand how, oh boy, how can I say this? Black people are natural born alchemists, right? We just know how to take things and just make shit out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what we do, right? We're just pros at it, okay? So you can have someone who maybe is doing something, and you have two people looking at that thing that person is doing. It could be a negative thing. And two people could take that negative thing. One can interpret it and internalize it and become that negativity, and the other one can use it as a catalyst to push them in the right direction. We see it all the time. You have people who say, I saw my father as an alcoholic, right? And therefore I committed my life to never go down that path. Completely change their mindset, how they think, how they navigate the world, because they observe that negative impact that alcoholism had on their father, right? Now another child can go the other way. So we have to remember, impact is impact, right? Allow people to, I don't even know if I'm making this word up here, but let people alchemize that impact in whatever way they choose to do so. Then we also have to understand sometimes people have to take the wrong way to find the right way. That's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? Because we are not wired the same. I have a friend who has two daughters, and I have to say this to her all the time. One of her daughters, her way of learning, her way of getting the lessons and understanding is by actually going through stuff. The other daughter just does what she's told. They're wired completely different. Same mother, wired completely different.
That sounds like
listen. Listen, we're just wired differently. So I say that to say that, you know, and I'm learning this. I'm still growing into this myself. I'm still trying to encapsulate this myself, right? Because we're all a work in progress. I'm learning to understand that not because I perceive something as negative means that there is no good that can come from it. And that's a hard thing to wrap our head around, right? Because we all have our hang-ups, we all have our prejudices, our, you know, whatever that is, you know, our belief systems, all of these come into play. So I try to be careful around that. And then also the last thing I want to say to that is that the person who is internalizing, who is receiving, right, or who is being affected by that impact, they are the ones that determine how they will channel that energy. You don't get to say, because you're listening to that negativity, you therefore will become it, right? We most of the time that's what we want to say, but sometimes people listen to those things and be like, nah, I'm good. I see the path that take people down. This is the path I'm gonna go. You get what I'm trying to say? And then other people get caught up in it, and then they come out of it. So for me, I allow people their journey. I hold space for them. I hold space for them on the other side of it, and even through it. You know what I'm saying? And then the last thing I wanted to say is, I was listening to the conversation, some of it around like I think it was I came in when somebody was saying that, I think it was 100 watts. He was saying how they push certain figures, right, onto us, the same ones, like Black History Month come around and so forth, right? And what I was thinking about is that we have to understand mainstream. We really gotta unplug from this thing where we allow mainstream media to tell us who to love, who to hate, who to embrace, who to not embrace, who to celebrate, who to not celebrate. We really have to stop allowing that. I can, Sister Patrice, I can celebrate a part of you and still have an issue with another part of you. That is very possible, because I do understand that those two very seemingly opposing qualities about yourself can exist in the same space. And I think we struggle with nuance as a people. We are very black and white, very judgy, very damn you to hell people. But we lack the understanding around nuances, right? We don't really know how to play in the gray, right? We don't know, we are afraid of the gray, because the gray for us is lack of structure. It's chaos. It stands for chaos for us, right? So we don't, can I curse? No? Okay. It's all right. It's all right.
No, I the curse word is probably fine.
Okay.
Say whatever you feel.
No. I was just gonna say we don't fuck with the gray. Is that all right?
Oh yeah, that's
But no, I'm just saying.
But sometimes the gray areas do be a little murky. So sometimes I do like it's either black or it's white. Sometimes that gray area.
It does. Because there is too much uncertainty there, and it's too much we feel out of control there. But there's a lot of truth in the gray area. There's a lot of nuance there that a lot of us run away from. We don't understand that two things can be true at the same freaking time. Right, sister, I could say, Patrice, I don't know you in real life, but I could say I don't like the way Sister Patrice talk, right? But I could say, but I love the way she love her people. Like at these two things, I could feel those two things within myself about you, and those two things can exist within you. But so I wanted to get back to, we got to be careful in allowing mainstream media to tell us who to love and why we should love them, and who to hate and why we should hate them, right? We should be diligent in researching our people, talking about them, discussing them, finding out what's good, what you rock with, what you don't rock with, what can we celebrate, what can I teach my children about you, right? Because the media wait until our people gotta die. Our people gotta die to be celebrated. Come on now.
It's sad, unfortunate, sad but true.
It's unfortunate. It's very true. And so we have to get out of that. We need to start giving each other the flowers. I think the sister, she made some really good points. There's a lot of people working in the shadows that you're never going to hear about if you are dependent on mainstream media to tell you who your heroes are. Yeah. You're never going to hear about them. So you have to stop. Like, I love that she went down that list of people that some of us never even heard of. We have heroes in our own families, but because their faces are not on television, we don't talk about them. We don't big them up. We don't bring up their names in conversation. We don't talk about the work that they're doing in their communities. We wait until the other people say this person is worthy enough and valued enough. And how do they determine that? They determine that by how malleable that person is. Can they be bought and sold most of the times? And then they say, or if they're dead. And then they say, oh, now you can celebrate them. They're dead. They don't have as much impact.
Right, because they're more famous, and they're more they become more famous in their death than they do in their life.
And their image becomes more controllable in their death, because there's a lot of quotes that these people talk about.
And someone profits off of it too, because a lot of these people don't own their likeness. So when someone passes, who owns their royalties?
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot, and I'll say this, and I'll be done. There's a lot of things that Martin Luther King said that don't make it in the quotes of the day from Martin Luther King. It just don't make it in the quotes of the day. And as much as we talk about Malcolm X is not that celebrated in the public school systems. This is not somebody, and we all know why that is. We are aware of why that is, right? You know, just like the Black Panthers they're not going to be uplifted in these spaces. There's a reason why they push. In fact, they shoved Martin Luther King down our throat. Much respect to the brother, but they push him down our throat. There were people who were way more militant than him that they will never bring up, names that your children will never know unless you tell them. So I just wanted to say that, like, when I was listening, I was like, you know, we really have to be careful. And shout out to the sister, I think it's Queen is her name, for bringing up the names of these people that some of us will never, and we need to do more of that.
Yes, the younger
generation. Do more of that. Listen, Sister Patrice, let me tell you something. Some of us need to be up in these spaces. Like, listen, let me tell you all about this is my grandmother. Let me tell you all about this woman named Imelda Rogers. And start listing the greatness of your ancestors. Your ancestors who you know, who you touch, who you smell, who you felt.
Absolutely, I agree. I'm glad that I want to welcome Brother Vouaghn Bryant to the panel. We're about to close, but I'm gonna definitely get your 2 cents in here. We are celebrating and the life and legacy of Malcolm X, who today would have been 98 years old had he lived. And yesterday, the untimely death of our brother who lived a long life, Jim Brown, and also Harry Belafonte, who we just recently lost. So, in your opinion, Vaughn, because I know you and I are in the same age frame, so I know you're familiar with all three of these brothers and the impact of their life and legacy on your life. And also, I brought up the younger generation. Just in your opinion, first, tell me the impact of what these three gentlemen has impacted in your life, and also, in your opinion, what do you think the younger generation, and I specifically mentioned Tupac and Nipsey, if they untimely demise had not have happened, I could have foreseen them as the up and coming revolutionaries of our culture. So, if, in your opinion, if you want to, you have the platform to give your opinion and views on those topics.
Wow. Well, first of all, I would just say greetings to everybody. It's a privilege again to be up here. OG Patrice, good to see you tonight. You know, you caught me on a late night tonight.
I see.
Everybody on the panel, Daryl and B-Eazy and Hanifa and your Queen,
evening,
Brother 84. Glad to be up here. But what I would say is I appreciate the legacy that all of these individuals have left us. I can speak on Malcolm for one. When we see his longevity in his struggle and how he was so persistent, but how he allowed the process to allow him to grow. See, even through the process that he went through, he had to see that there were some things that had to change, even about his opinion, And so that, I admired him for that. But, unfortunately, he had to demise the way that he did, and that was very unfortunate. I was not old enough to, recollect it at the time, but growing up and understanding the history of who he was, and his words, he started out very militant, but then he understood when he left his surroundings, and you see what I'm saying, and traveled abroad, is when he really learned some things about himself and other people that are like himself, just happen to be a different color, and if we could just look past color, this is the thing that has separated us for so long, and one thing that I did learn from him is that, we can all coexist down here together, and make strides, if we make that our purpose.
I agree, Brother Vaughn, on your sentiment. Exactly. All three of these men impacted our culture and community in a great way. Like I said, I know I stand on the shoulders of these people, right? And so many others. But I was telling them about how back then, that's when your athletes and your entertainers was heavy in the movement. They were boots on the ground, 10 toes down, as they say, heavy in the civil rights movement. Jim Brown was, even though he was in the NFL, he definitely was more of a political activist, fighting for things for our people during the civil rights movement. As for Harry Belafonte, definitely was a prominent figure and activist during the civil rights movement, working very closely with Martin Luther King and the people of his ilk and life, and did a lot of things in the background for the culture, a lot of sacrifices, not just with his time and his activism, but also his money. And he was one that kind of rebelled against the Hollywood elite that was trying to turn him into the upper echelons that we now call the Illuminati. And he rebelled from that, and he retired kind of early on from the movies, right? From making the movies. But I specifically remember him and Dorothy Dandridge in Carmen, which is one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, love that.
Yes.
One of my favorite classics, Harry Belafonte. Yeah.
Classic. It's a classic.
You know? Oh man, I'm gonna have to watch that this weekend.
I know. I watched it a couple of months ago. Every now and then, it's certain movies I have to watch at least once a year. And Carmen is definitely one of those movies. Jim Brown, I talked about him, you know, being such a great college athlete, coming out on top, going into the NFL, retiring at the age of 30, and then getting into the acting. You know, he was a part of the blaxploitation of the 70s, Three the Hard Way, Slaughter Big Rip Off, and a couple other movies he did during the 70s with blaxploitation films. And as well as Malcolm X being a person that started from humble beginnings, born in Omaha, Nebraska, go figure, in Omaha, Nebraska, and, you know, starting out young in a life of crime.
And going Little,
Yes, and going to prison and changing, having a total 360 change of his life. You know, so believing that definitely people can change in a positive way. I definitely believe that brother is definitely one of them. But also, right quick, if you can, in your opinion, because I know you know something, a little something about Tupac and Nipsey. Now, I thought that if we were ever to talk about passing the torch, Vaughn, even though these two young men had their own struggles and things that they were trying to overcome, I believe that these two young men could have definitely eventually ended up being revolutionary for the culture. What is your opinion on Pac and Nipsey Hussle?
Yeah. Well, you know, definitely, you know, we definitely saw greatness in Tupac, you know, and you know, during the time I was caught up into some other things. I wasn't really into rap, but I knew that this young man was on his way to do something great outside of that sector of rapping, you know. And so when he began to act and do different things as well, not only that, but just to find out about his history and his mother and you know, and her involvement with the Black Panther Party, or you know, I mean, you know, this young man, if no telling what he would have been able to accomplish if he was still here. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, you hate to see those like that go. You hate to see that because, you know, he was basically not even in his prime. You see what I'm saying? He was just beginning, you know. And I didn't know too much about Nipsey, you know, but I did see what the impact that he did have on individuals, you know, and how the people came out to support after he had demised. You know, and so these people definitely had a major influence, you know, in the lives of others, you know. And unfortunately, you know, we're losing our young people to ridiculousness, you know. And you know, and it's so unfortunate. You know, it's like if they could just remove themselves and separate themselves out of certain environments. You know, and you know, you never know. You can be in any environment and things happen to you. You know what I'm saying? But why not make it even better on yourself? You know, when I look back and I think about it, I say, wow, you know, sometimes the things that we surround ourselves with, you know, and the people we surround ourselves with are just not good for us, you know? And unfortunately, this young man lost his life. You see what I'm saying? When he should have still been living right now.
That part.
He should have still been getting his accolades right now. He should have been getting awards. And see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was. I mean, that he was definitely one that was buying up the block, as they say. He said that as a young man, as a young man growing up in California, I believe in the Slauson area, and I saw a video. A documentary on him. He couldn't have been no more than, 12, 13, if that. And he said, I'm going to own this block one day. And surely he did. So to see, you know.
A lot of great potential lost, you know.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it's due to ignorance. And, you know, We just have to do better, man, because we see our young people are fleeting. They're leaving, senselessly.
With the quickness, and it's sad that this is happening in our community. But I am getting ready to shut it down. I'm gonna do one round robin. I'm gonna give you guys a minute and a half to give your final words on said subject, or just anything you want to leave us with on a positive note in celebration of the life and legacy of Malcolm X, Jim Brown, and Harry Belafonte, or just in general, something positive for our people and our culture and our community. I'm going to start with you. Go ahead, Mr. 84.
Okay, I just want to say, speaking on Pac and Nipsey Hussle, I just want to build on that real quick. This will be my last words, but one, I got to give a shout out to number one. I'm gonna start with the whole Nipsey Hussle thing, but I got to give a shout out to the original Nipsey Russell. You know what I mean? I know a lot of y'all may not know about Nipsey Russell, but Mr. Bryant, I know OG-Patrice know about the original Nipsey. You know what I'm saying? Nipsey Russell.
You know what? That was a prime example of a younger generation knowing about an older generation and playing tribute to an older generation. Now, Nipsey Russell was a comedian and activist in his time, and he was way before Nipsey he was even thought about. So that just goes to show you the research and homework and history that Nipsey Hussle knew about Nipsey Russell. So yeah, shout out and salute to him for that. And that's what I said. If I told my grandkids, if I can know about Nipsey Hussle and Tupac, y'all better know about Malcolm X. So we have to make sure that. That's all I'm saying.
And I want to give a shout out also to, before I get into the whole Tupac thing, I got to give a shout out to Afeni Shakur, Matula Shakur, Asada Shakur.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Got to give a shout out to them first. You know what
Yes.
I mean? Geronimo Pratt, the whole crew. You know what I mean? Got to give a shout out to them first, and then I'm going to get into these brothers. But I'm going to start with Nipsey first. Nipsey, you know what I mean? He had a lot of potential. He had a lot of good things going for him. But I think with Nipsey, I think he was trying to play in two lanes, and you gotta kind of decide what you want to do and what you want to be. And we all love our communities. We do want to make our communities better, but making our communities better, we kind of gotta get away from certain elements in our communities. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, and I believe that he could have definitely made the same impact if he would just left certain elements out, moved away from certain elements, kind of distanced himself from certain elements, but still, let it be known that he loved this community. And I think that maybe at times we feel like we can't do that and still show love, but I believe when we do that, you know what I mean, it allows us to have longevity. And I think that's the biggest thing, having longevity and, doing things in our communities that can still affect change, but we don't have to necessarily always be hands-on with everything. You know what I mean? And just understanding the elements and just the things that are around that community. You know what I'm saying? Some people feel like they're more safe in their communities than anywhere else, but we got to be honest with ourselves when we know that our communities are poverty-driven and it's filled with violent crimes. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot better if we move into communities where we know that there is a line of safety, that there actually are families there, there's kids there, the police force kind of, they'll show up in the drop of a hat. If anything goes on, even if it goes on in a shopping center, they're there. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? And I hate to say that, but it's just being honest. Like, certain communities are just better, and they're regulated better, they're treated better, the food is better, everything's better. Cleaner, safer, everything. You know what I'm saying? And we know this, and, it's like, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We know that certain designers are better than other designers. It's like, I may get a sweater from Target, but it ain't gonna be a Gucci or Versace sweater. It's just different fabrics. It's different texture. It's gonna be made better because I'm paying for something based on, the not just the name, but just the fabric and how it's made and how it's detailed and how it's put together. So, I mean, that's just the thing. We understand that certain things are going to be better in certain environments, and certain things are just better overall. And I think we as human beings understand that, but we still try to latch on to our community to have an essence of keeping it real. And the thing is that, you know, keeping it real is you still being positive, still loving your community, but also understanding the elements and not being around those elements because you know how it get. You know what I mean? We all know how it get in certain neighborhoods. Like we just know. So I wish Nipsey Hussle would have just been more wiser in his decision making, and I wish he would have been just more. He just would have been more cautious of the elements around him. But I really love his message. Yes, you know, last time I checked was one of my jams, and Picture Me Rolling as well. That's another one of my jams. But on the Tupac, because I'm a lot more passionate about Pac than anything. First, foremost, man, salute to Pac, man. You know what I mean? He was definitely an activist. He was definitely somebody who really tried to, explain our journey in the most poetic and transparent way. I always call Tupac the Marvin Gaye of hip hop because that's what he was, and that's what he represented. He was speaking to us, but his message, it basically showed every emotion that we feel while we're in this country. You know what I'm saying? It shows a full Black experience. You know what I mean? Yes, at times we falter to, being loose with women. Yes, we falter sometimes to being violent. Yes, we falter to different things, but in that we still love our people. We still want to be the best for our people. We still want to try to give our best and show our best to people. So I think Tupac to show all elements of, what a man was about. And, and yes, he wasn't perfect, you know what I mean? But no leaders that we've even described on this panel, even the older leaders, like, the ones that were named, early on in the show, whether it's Harry Belafonte, whether it's Malcolm X, you know what I mean, whether it's Jim Brown, none of these people were perfect. You know what I'm saying? So, we have to understand people are not going to be perfect. They're going to have their flaws. They're going to go through their journey, but we have to respect the journey. Favorite Tupac song is Until the End of Time, because it's just a powerful song. I love the video. I love the chorus. I love everything about it. I even like the original song, but I forget who it was by. But yeah, you know what I mean? So, all those things make an impact. I think OG Patrice will be right back. She probably fell off, but yeah, Pac to me was a symbol of, of us being revolutionary. Also, he was a symbol of us, fighting against the status quo. You know what I mean? And knowing that, fighting the status quo, knowing what comes with it, because he's seen it firsthand from a youth. He's seen his parents are part of the Panthers. He's seen, how it affected the community. He's seen his communities change more than once. His surroundings changed more than once. So he understood what the Black experience was about in totality. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just something that he was speaking on based on something that he heard or, oh yeah, I know somebody. No. He lived it. You know what I mean? So that's why Pac means so much to us. You know what I mean? That's why he means so much to just our people. And I'm not one of these people that do the whole East Coast, West Coast thing. I don't consider Pac an East Coast artist. I don't consider him a West Coast artist. I consider Pac a worldwide artist because he represented every fabric of who we were. You know what I mean? He represented Baltimore. He represented New York. He represented the South. He represented the North, the West, the East. He represented everything, and he can talk about every aspect of everything we went through as a people living in this country. And I think that's what we got to remember. That's what Pac was speaking to. He wasn't just speaking to one side of the country. You know what I mean? Even in him going through the whole East Coast, West Coast thing, he wasn't speaking to one side of the country. If we listen to his message, he's speaking about the whole Black experience. So, let's salute Pac for that. Now, I know Pac, like I said, he had his things that he had to work on, but we all do. You know what I'm saying? All of us on this panel do, and we got to remember that. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I think the impact would have been great in our community, both him and Nipsey Hussle. And I wish the brothers was here. You know what I mean? But, as I always say, us and the body, I feel like we're trapped, but once we transcend, I feel like that's when we fully flourish. When we leave this body and we transcend, I feel like that's when we really grow and that's when we really bloom. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? That's just my take on it. Anybody else can share what they want to share. Sister Anifa, we got to talk. You speaking a lot about, there's a lot of different things. The Black experience, alchemy, different things. So I gotta check in with you. I gotta tune in with you. But yeah, anybody else can share. I can get final thoughts. I was waiting for Patrice to come up. Anybody else should share if they want.
Well, I'm gonna say this before I get out of here, man. I appreciate you guys for even just having the conversation. It's a great conversation to really compare, or even not just compare, but to bring up the accomplishments of Nipsey, of Tupac Shakur, and even really talk about the life of Malcolm Little and how he impacted, especially in my state. A lot of people really love him, even in Lansing, where the scandal came back because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his deceitfulness. But I think Malcolm was going to go down as a legend. But to Hanifa's point, we should talk about other people as well. We shouldn't be repeatedly learning the same things. We know about Malcolm, we know about his greatness. So I think that's what I'm going to take away from the conversation, is maybe do some more studying on some people who we don't know about.
Definitely, bro. And I think not OG Patrice back. I think also, like, we got to speak to the Marcus Garveys, man, the Patrice Lumumbas, things of that nature. And I know those people are very, very controversial. Their views are very controversial, but man, they need to be talked about, man. They need to be really focused on as well. They're very radical, and yeah, they're not for the weak at heart. But go ahead, OG.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry. My phone had died, so I had to get it charged and get back in. But you guys was rocking. I heard you off the computer, but it's very true. I appreciate it. Whoever wants to speak next, go ahead and say your finals. I want to thank you all for coming up here and rocking with me and definitely having this conversation. I believe that these are conversations that need to be had more in these spaces, and not just these, but just positive and uplifting, just period. We see enough of the nefariousness, so I thank y'all. So whoever hasn't spoken yet can go ahead and speak now, please.
So I was gonna say, because I'm gonna jump off as well. When you was listing out the names, I was like, Kwame Ture. I'm sorry. I just admire the brother so much. I'm sorry. I just do. But and it's funny you brought up Garvey, because one of the things I was gonna say in leaving is that we have to understand, like, I think of a plant, right? When you plant a seed, right, all of the different elements that's necessary for that seed to come into fruition, no one element is more important than the other. They are all necessary. And so as you guys were talking about Tupac and Nipsey, and I know, like, there's this thing of, man, I would have loved to see what would have came out of if they had lived a little longer and so forth, right? But there's some seeds that they planted, right? That's right now as we speak germinating somewhere in some little boy's spirit, or somebody's sorry, my headphone came out, in somebody's spirit right now, right? And I think sometimes we underestimate that. So I just want us to try to start looking at things that way as well, to where it's like, okay, if there was no Garvey, there may not have been a Malcolm X, right? Because Malcolm X's parents were Garveyites. We have to look at the interconnectivity of all things. Most of the time it's all connected. You know what I'm saying? So even though we may feel like, man, that person should have been around a little longer, maybe I look at that a little different than most people. Maybe they came to do exactly what they came to do. And that was it. Maybe they were the sun for that plant. Maybe they were just the water. Maybe they were the soil. Whatever that is for that plant or that tree that's supposed to come, out of whatever it is that they planted, and provide food and shade and shelter for us. Maybe they're not the ones to be the big, Gandhi of the world. Maybe the seed is to produce the next Gandhi of the world. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm just using Gandhi as an example. So that's something that I try to keep in mind, because we want to hold on to what's good about us, But I think sometimes we have to really consider like that person's mission, right? And what they really came to do. It's not what you think they should have done. It's what they came and did, and the seeds that were planted. Because out from that seed, I'm telling you, few years from now, maybe even the next generation, somebody's going to be on television and they're going to be telling you, you know, my mom told me about Nipsey Hussle and I did my research and whatever that is. And that person had that impact on me. And, you know, you hear people say that listen to like old music, musicians, you know, this person had and they wasn't even born in that generation. So just bearing that in mind, that sometimes somebody's just the sun for the plant that is to come. Sometimes somebody's just the soil. Sometimes somebody's just the water, you know. Sometimes somebody's just the person planting. And it's all important. So that's all I wanted to say.
Awesome.
But thank you. I appreciate you, Sister Anika. Please join us anytime. Thank you so much for blessing us with your presence and your opinion and views on this topic. Thank you.
All right, guys. Peace.
So I could drop down.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, cool. So yeah, thank you for definitely highlighting the accomplishments and the prestige of these men. They are definitely very illustrious Americans that people often discount, dismiss, and don't really delve into the deeper meanings behind what they were saying. And what I would say is Malcolm X talked a lot about self-defense. Self-defense is not only defending yourself from a violent attacker, it's defending yourself from propaganda. It's defending yourself from racial stereotypes and tropes. It's defending yourself from people that are constantly trying to diminish and devalue you. The reason why he changed his name was because he didn't want a name given to him by slave masters, because they had the power to give him his name. And he's saying, I have the power to change my name. So what we really got to do is be powerful enough to change, reclaim our image, and reclaim neighborhoods. So when people speak of a Black community, they speak about, you know, dilapidated, disenfranchised conditions that wasn't strictly done because of Black people. Now, yes, there are many Black people that contribute to those conditions, but it's kind of, this is where the gray area doesn't work. It's either you are a part of the solution or you're a part of the problem. If you're saying, hey, this is too much for me to bear, then cool. Don't even deal with it. Don't think about it. Don't even talk about it. But if you know that, hey, look, man, this is something that we can do, but it's not insurmountable, then most of the conversation should be, how are we going to accomplish this task? And if everyone, so if you look at a predominant Jewish community, since this is what people like to do, they like to compare it to other communities. So let's go down that road. The leaders of Asian communities, they live in Asian communities. The leaders of Jewish communities, they live in Jewish communities. Go on down the list. So we can't truly have a community when we say, oh yeah, well, we'll be the leaders, but we ain't gonna live there. If the community is so good, then why wouldn't you want to live there? And the conditions is so depraved, then we need to work it so that it's a better condition so that you would want to live there. So you won't have to go to another place and think that, hey, this is better over here. No, it's better where we make it. The grass is not greener on the other side. It's greener where you water in it. And if you're not watering it over here, how are you complaining about the grass is turning yellow? Yeah, because you didn't contribute no water to it. Now, if I contribute water and we all, now that's sustainable. It's not meant for one person to do. People love to throw out that it takes a village. Well, what are you doing as a village? Imagine someone said it takes a village, but all of the village men flee the village. Well, now we have no village. We just have a bunch of huts or a bunch of houses. The people make the village. Same way with the church. The church is not about an institution. It's about the people. So regardless of where, because right now we don't really have a Black community. What we have is a Black population. that lives in pockets of American cities and states. That's what we have, which should make it even easier for us to start building and constructing a community. If you know where the areas are that need attention, then we need to, just like a triage area, you know, when they come in the emergency room, they dealing with the most severe stuff first. Some people in there is with fevers. Some people got broken legs. We got to go to where the broken leg is and see how we can repair that. You're not going to be able to repair it by yourself. That's why it takes a village. People will say it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to build up the village. So the village is sustainable, that you can raise your child. When they say it takes a village to raise a child, they don't mean raising that child in a dangerous, murderous village. They're talking about raising them in a village that's thriving and flourishing. In order to do that, we all got to put in some work. You got to do something that's uncomfortable, something that seems unbearable. Like, man, why am I even doing this? But you also got to ask yourself, why are you not doing this? Because no matter what country or neighborhood we flee to, they still are going to see you as not one of them. You know what I mean? So ultimately, who are you going to come back anyways and expect to build with? The people that you should have been building with to begin with. I'll land right there.
I always talk to my brother B-Eazy Dat Dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate your opinion.
For sure.
Thank you for rocking. Do please come again. I really, really appreciate you, my brother. And then there were 4. So who is on the platform that hasn't spoken yet?
Well, I guess I'll say something real quick.
All right, brother Voughn.
In closing, and I did join the stream very late. I was coming off of another stream, and I saw you all up here, so I just wanted to stop by and say, hey, you know what I'm saying? But I definitely agree with what my sister Hanifa said about the seeds that were planted. You see what I'm saying? And just the fact alone that those seeds were planted, we have to understand that, hey, somebody else does come by and water it. You see what I'm saying? Somebody else comes by and does another thing. But then God gives the increase. You know what I'm saying? So, when I look back on the lives of those individuals, I believe you're talking about Jim Brown and Harry Belafonte and Malcolm X, very distinguished Black men who had cause. Thank God for them, man. Thank God for their dedication. You see what I'm saying? What a great example they were. For some of our younger people, when they look back and see what they've accomplished, it kind of lets them know that the sky is the limit. You can accomplish these same things. You can continue on with the movement. And with that being said, it's good to hear you, OGPatrice. I didn't expect to see you tonight, but good seeing you and hearing you. And
you too. I just, this was unexpected. I just text, the team and said, hey, you guys, I don't know if you guys know, it's Malcolm X's birthday today. And then he informed me about Jim Brown. I had no idea. So I said, oh yeah, we got to do this. We got to, pay homage and respect and honor those that he, showed us we stand on. So it was an impromptu, but I'm glad I done it because we are a little over 4 hours of great conversation.
Wow. So I came in on the end of it. So.
Yes, I appreciate you joining the panel. It's very, very powerful. Everybody really had some great talking points and some really great opinion and views on how these 3 men impacted their lives. So I really appreciate everybody.
I'll have to go back and look at the replay.
Yeah, it's really awesome. I really appreciate it. But anything else you want to say in closing, brother?
No. Just, glad to be up here. I just really came through to, show some support and, just say hello to everybody. So that was it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I always appreciate you coming up here and rocking with me and sharing your opinion and views. And I will see you in the YouTube streets real soon. I'm gonna get ready to close out. Thank you so much, my brother. Talk to you soon.
All right, peace.
Peace. All right, guys. And then there was one. I want to thank everybody for rocking with yours truly. Man, this has been a powerful topic and conversation that we had on these great leaders who are no longer with us, but we still celebrate and honor them, celebrate and honor their life and their legacy. We say happy spiritual birthday to the late, great, iconic Malcolm X. We say rest in peace to our brother Jim Brown, and rest in peace to our brother Harry Belafonte. We lost Jim Brown yesterday, and we lost Harry Belafonte, I believe, about 3 weeks to a month ago. I'm not sure. But the impact and influence and change in our community and culture, all three of them played a hefty and heavy part in that. They all took the brunt of a lot of ridicule, a lot of false imprisonment, a lot of lies, a lot of trumped up charges, a lot of negative points of view of people, you know, because they were actually fighting for the good of our people. They stood for something. They had integrity and morals and values, the things that I'm honored and glad to say I was raised on. And just knowing that having people like them and many others on our side definitely made me proud to be Black in America, born and raised in America. So I'm gonna leave us with from the brother Malcolm X himself. He had many, many quotes, but I'm gonna be one expert of one of his quotes that I believe is prevalent right to this day. Okay? So I'll say salute, thank you to the chat. I appreciate you guys for rocking with us. If you have not hit that like bell, please do so. Subscribe and share this commentary on knowledge and relationships. I'm your girl, OGPatrice. Thank you for tuning in. Salute to my moms for holding it down. Everybody in the chat. All my guests that came up here on the panel. So many names to mention. I thank you. I appreciate your commentary. I appreciate your opinion and views. And I appreciate your powerful statements and comments that you gave about these three brothers, about Tupac, about Nipsey. I think we all had, you know, pretty much similar opinions, but also different opinions. And I respect everybody's opinion. Actually agree with a lot of what everyone had to say. We have a right to express our opinions, right? So, with that being said, I think I found one quote from Malcolm X that I want to say. And I'm going to look in the camera and say this before I say good night. I think it's our bottom line. This is one of the things that I've been saying all night tonight. In the words of Brother Malcolm X, he says, "My Black brothers and sisters of all religious beliefs or of no religious belief, we all have one thing in common. The greatest binding that ties us together is that we are all Black people. It does not matter from Ireland, Africa, from America. If you share this skin tone in so many different shades of brown on this earth, we are all Black people, whether we're believers, non-believers, whatever religious, sexual tradition, whatever background, whatever we come from, we all share that one thing in common. My Black brothers and sisters of all religious beliefs or of no religious beliefs, we all have in common the greatest binding tie we can have. We are all Black people. Peace out, salute, have a good night, goodbye. Thank you.
DJ Eddie King.